Ready to supercharge your English conversation skills? Our 9 short stories are packed with everyday dialogue and useful phrases. Let's explore these tales and speak English with confidence.
The Turtle and the Rabbit. In a beautiful meadow not far from the bustling forest, there was a sparkling blue lake. This picturesque spot was home to many animals, big and small. The grass was always green, the flowers were colorful, and the air was fresh. It was a perfect place for the animals to live and play. Among the residents of this lovely area were 2 very different animals. A turtle named Tommy and a rabbit named Randy. Tommy the turtle was known for his slow and steady pace, while Randy the rabbit was famous for his incredible speed.
Good morning, everyone. What a beautiful day for a slow walk around the lake.
Ha! By the time you finish your walk, it'll be nighttime, Tommy. Why don't you try moving a little faster?
Randy often teased Tommy about his slow speed. He would hop circles around the turtle, showing off his quick movements.
Watch this, everyone. I can run around the entire lake before Tommy even takes 10 steps.
And with that, Randy zoomed off, leaving a small cloud of dust behind him. The other animals watched in amazement as Randy circled the lake in record time.
Whew. See? That's how it's done. Speed is everything.
That's very impressive, Randy. But there's more to life than just being fast, you know?
Oh, please. What could be better than being the fastest animal around? You're just jealous because you're so slow.
Day after day, Randy continued to mock Tommy. He would zoom past the turtle, kicking up dirt and leaves, always with a teasing comment.
Hey, Tommy, are you moving or have you turned into a rock?
Randy, your words don't bother me. I'm happy with who I am.
But deep down, Tommy was getting tired of Randy's constant teasing. He decided it was time to teach the overconfident rabbit a lesson.
Randy, I have a proposition for you. Let's have a race. Just you and me.
A race with you. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Are you serious?
I'm very serious. If I win, you have to stop teasing me and leave me alone forever.
And when I win, which I obviously will, you have to admit that I'm the greatest animal in the meadow.
Deal. We'll race tomorrow morning from here to the big oak tree on the other side of the meadow.
News of the race spread quickly throughout the animal community. Everyone was excited to see this unusual competition. The next morning, all the animals gathered to watch the race. A wise old owl named Julia was chosen to be the referee.
This will be the easiest race of my life. I might even take a nap halfway through.
We'll see about that, Randy. Don't underestimate me.
Julia the owl stepped forward to start the race.
On your marks. Get set. Go!
With a burst of speed, Randy took off like a shot. He was so fast that he quickly disappeared into the distance. Tommy, true to his nature, began his slow but steady pace.
See you at the finish line, Tommy. Or maybe next week at your speed.
Randy ran and ran, covering a great distance in no time. He was so far ahead that he couldn't even see Tommy anymore.
Phew! I'm so far ahead. I can't even see that slow turtle. I think I'll take a little break.
Confident in his lead, Randy decided to rest under a shady tree. The warm sun and soft grass made him feel sleepy.
A quick nap won't hurt. I'll still have plenty of time to win the race.
Meanwhile, Tommy was making steady progress. He didn't stop or slow down. He just kept moving forward at his own pace.
slow and steady. That's the way. Just keep going, Tommy.
As Tommy continued his journey, he came across a small river that ran alongside the path to the finish line. An idea struck him.
This river flows right next to the oak tree. If I swim, I might get there faster.
Tommy slipped into the cool water and began swimming. Although he wasn't the fastest swimmer either, the current helped him move quicker than he could on land. Hours passed and Randy was still fast asleep under the tree. The sun was starting to set when he finally woke up.
Oh no! How long was I asleep? I better get moving.
Randy jumped up and started running again. He was sure he still had plenty of time to win the race.
No worries. That slow turtle is probably still only halfway there.
But as Randy approached the finish line, he got a big surprise. There, just a few feet away from the big oak tree, was Tommy, slowly but surely making his way to victory.
What? How is this possible? Tommy, how did you get here so fast?
I just kept moving, Randy. I didn't stop or take any breaks.
Randy ran as fast as he could, trying to overtake Tommy in the last few moments, but it was too late. With one final step, Tommy crossed the finish line just seconds before Randy reached it.
And the winner is Tommy the Turtle.
All the animals cheered for Tommy. They were amazed at how the slow turtle had beaten the fast rabbit.
I can't believe it. How did I lose?
It's not always about being the fastest, Randy. Sometimes being steady and determined is more important.
Randy felt ashamed of how he had treated Tommy. He realized that he had been too overconfident and had underestimated the turtle.
Tommy, I'm sorry for all the teasing. You've taught me an important lesson today. Can you forgive me?
Of course, Randy. That's what friends do. And now that we're friends, maybe we can race again sometime, just for fun.
From that day on, Randy stopped boasting about his speed. He learned to appreciate the different qualities of all the animals in the meadow. Tommy and Randy became good friends, often seen walking and sometimes racing together around the lake. The story of the turtle and the rabbit spread far and wide, teaching everyone an important lesson. It's not always the fastest or the strongest who wins, but the one who perseveres and never gives up. And so life in the meadow returned to normal, but with a new sense of respect and friendship among all the animals. Tommy and Randy's race had shown them all that every animal had something special to offer, no matter how fast or slow they might be.
Let's keep the momentum going. Our next story has some fantastic dialogue for you to practice.
The Golden Gorilla, Goru's Journey to Wisdom. Long ago, in a special Japan, where animals could talk and act like humans, there was a famous story about a treasure called the Golden Gorilla. This treasure was said to give great power and wisdom to the animal who found it. Many brave animals tried to find it, but no one ever came back. In a small village surrounded by tall bamboo trees, there lived a young gorilla named Goru. He was known for being very strong and always wanting to do the right thing. One morning, Goru woke up from a strange dream.
Wow! What a dream! I saw a golden statue of a gorilla. It was shining so brightly. I think it was calling to me.
Goru, are you okay? I heard you shouting.
Haru, I had the most amazing dream. I saw the golden gorilla.
The Golden Gorilla? But that's just an old story, isn't it?
I don't think so, Haru. It felt so real. I think I need to go find it.
But Goru, that could be really dangerous. No one who's gone looking for it has ever come back.
I know, but I feel like this is something I have to do. Will you help me pack some food for the journey?
Okay, but promise me you'll be careful.
Goru and Haru went to see the village elder to tell him about Goru's plan.
Guru, my boy, are you sure about this? The path to the golden gorilla is full of dangers.
I'm sure, Elder. I feel like this is my destiny. I need to find out why I'm having these dreams.
I can see you've made up your mind. Remember, true strength isn't just in your muscles, but in your heart and mind too.
I'll remember, Elder. Thank you for your wisdom.
Take this amulet. It's been in our village for many years. Maybe it will help you on your journey.
So Goru packed some food and water, said goodbye to his friends, and left his village. He walked for many days through thick forests and over high mountains. One evening, as he was resting under a big tree, he met an old tiger named Takeda.
Hello, young gorilla. What brings you to this part of the forest?
Oh, hello, sir. I'm Goru. I'm looking for the golden gorilla. Have you heard of it?
Ah, the golden gorilla. Many have looked for it. But tell me, Goru, are you strong enough to find it?
I've trained hard every day. I'm very strong.
Physical strength is good, but it's not enough. You need to be strong in your mind, too. Can you sit still and think clearly?
Sit still? But how will that help me find the golden gorilla?
To find the golden gorilla, you must first understand yourself. There's a special bamboo forest nearby. Go there and sit quietly for 7 days. Think deeply about who you are and why you want to find the golden gorilla.
7 days? That's a long time. But if you think it will help, I'll do it. Where is this forest?
follow the river until you see a group of red flowers. The bamboo forest is just beyond that.
Goru thanked Takeda and found the bamboo forest. He sat down to think, as Takeda had told him. At first, it was very hard. He wanted to move, to do something.
How can sitting still be so difficult? Come on, Goru, focus.
But as the days passed, Goru learned to be still and calm. He thought about his village, his friends, and why he wanted to find the golden gorilla.
Wow, I feel different. Like I can see things more clearly now. I'm not just looking for the golden gorilla to be strong, but to help others too.
Feeling refreshed and more focused, Goru continued his journey. Soon, he came to a misty mountain. As he climbed, he heard a loud voice.
Who dares to climb my mountain?
I'm Goru. I'm looking for the golden gorilla.
Many have come here looking for it. To pass, you must answer my riddle. What is stronger than the strongest warrior, but gentler than a feather?
Is it kindness?
That's correct. You're wiser than you look, young Goru. You may pass.
Thank you, great dragon. Can you tell me where to go next?
Follow the path of the golden leaves. But be careful, young one. The next challenge might trick your eyes.
Goru followed the dragon's directions and soon found himself in a strange, magical forest. There he met a clever fox with many tails.
Oh, a visitor. How exciting. Want to play a game?
A game? But I'm looking for the golden gorilla. I don't have time for games.
Ah, but this is part of your search. Can you tell what's real and what's not. That's the game.
Suddenly, the fox made many illusions appear around Goru. He saw different versions of himself, some strong and proud, others weak and afraid. He saw many paths, each promising to lead to the golden gorilla.
I remember what I learned in the bamboo forest. The real path is the one I feel in my heart, not the one I see with my eyes.
Well done. You're smarter than you look. Go on then. The bear is waiting for you.
Goru walked on and soon came to a clearing where he met a big bear holding a sword.
Stop there, young gorilla. To continue your journey, you must beat me.
I'm ready. Let's fight!
No, no. We won't fight with our bodies. We'll fight with our minds. We'll play a game of strategy. Boop-a-dee.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm ready. I've learned that being smart is as important as being strong.
The bear and Goru sat down to play a difficult game. Goru thought carefully about each move, remembering all he had learned on his journey.
You play well, Goru. You understand that winning isn't always about beating others. Sometimes it's about finding balance. You may pass.
Thank you for the lesson. Can you tell me where to go next?
Follow the sound of the rushing water, but be prepared, young one. The hardest test is yet to come.
Goru followed the bear's instructions. As he got closer to the sound of water, he met a sad-looking leopard sitting by a stream.
Hello there. Are you okay? You look sad.
Turn back, gorilla. I'm Miji. I once looked for the golden gorilla too, but I failed.
Failed? What happened? Why did you fail?
I thought being strong and clever was enough. I forgot about being kind and humble. I was so focused on getting the golden gorilla for myself that I ignored others who needed help along the way.
I see. Thank you for telling me this, Meiji. I'll remember your words.
Taking Meiji's words to heart, Goru continued on. Finally, he reached a hidden cave behind a waterfall. Inside, he saw the golden gorilla statue shining brightly.
Goru, you have come far. To claim the golden gorilla, you must pass one last test. Show us your true self.
Suddenly, Goru saw a vision of his village in trouble. A great storm was coming, and the animals needed help.
I have to go back. My friends need me.
But what about the golden gorilla? Isn't this what you came for?
The golden gorilla is important, but not as important as helping others. I understand that now.
You have passed the test, Goru. You understand that true power is about helping others, not just being strong or wise for yourself.
The golden gorilla statue started to glow brightly. Its light surrounded Goru, and he felt the statue's power and wisdom becoming a part of him.
I understand now. This power isn't just for me. It's to help everyone.
With his new wisdom, Goru hurried back to his village. He arrived just in time to help everyone prepare for the storm. After the danger had passed, the animals gathered to hear about Goru's journey.
I learned that the real treasure isn't a golden statue. It's the kindness in our hearts and the way we help each other. That's what makes us truly strong.
We're so glad you're back, Goru. And now you're even wiser than before.
You've made us all proud, Goru. You've shown what it truly means to be strong and wise.
Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared in the village center. The fox spirit emerged, her many tails swaying.
The Iron Claw approaches. They seek the golden gorilla's power. This is no trick, Goru.
Goru stood tall, his eyes gleaming with determination. He was ready for the battle to come.
Ready for another language adventure? Let's jump into our next story.
The Misunderstood Bear. In a lush green forest where tall trees reached for the sky and a gentle river flowed, lived many different animals. They had built a peaceful community where everyone helped each other. At the heart of the forest was a large, hollow tree that served as their food store. Here they kept nuts, berries, and other food for times when it was hard to find. But lately, something strange was happening. Food was disappearing from the store at night. The animals were worried and upset. They didn't know who was taking the food or why. One sunny morning, Oliver the owl called a meeting. All the forest animals gathered around the big oak tree where Oliver lived.
Friends, we need to talk about the missing food. Has anyone seen anything unusual? This is a serious problem that affects us all.
Oliver was the wisest animal in the forest. He lived in the tallest tree and could see everything from up there. The other animals trusted him to solve problems.
I saw someone big near the store last night.
Yes, I heard heavy footsteps too.
It must be someone large. Who do we know that's big enough to carry so much food?
All eyes turned to Barry the bear, who was standing at the back of the group. He shuffled his feet nervously.
Why is everyone looking at me? I haven't done anything wrong.
Barry, some animals have seen you near the store at night. Can you tell us why?
Me? I sometimes walk by the store when I can't sleep, but I never take anything.
I catch fish from the river for my food. I wouldn't steal from my friends.
Barry was a big brown bear who lived alone near the river. He was kind but shy. And some of the animals were scared of him because of his size. Now he looked sad and worried as the other animals whispered and stared at him.
But bears eat a lot. Maybe he got tired of fish.
Yeah, and he lives alone. No one sees what he does.
Calm down, everyone. We shouldn't blame anyone without proof. That's not fair or right. I have an idea. I'll watch the store tonight and see what happens.
That night, Oliver sat on a branch near the food store. His big eyes could see well in the dark. He waited for hours, not moving or making a sound. The moon rose high in the sky, casting silver light through the leaves. Suddenly, he saw something move in the shadows. It wasn't big like Barry. It was smaller and moved quickly. Oliver watched as the shape went into the store and came out carrying food.
Aha! So that's who's been taking our food.
The next morning, Oliver called all the animals for another meeting. Everyone came, including Barry, who stood at the back looking nervous. The animals were excited to hear what Oliver had discovered.
Friends, I have found out who has been taking our food. It wasn't Barry the bear.
Really? Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried you all thought I was a thief. It's been hard to sleep thinking my friends didn't trust me.
No, Barry. The ones taking the food are the raccoons.
Everyone gasped. The raccoon family, who lived on the other side of the river, looked down at their feet. They hadn't come to many community meetings before, and now everyone understood why.
Raccoons, please tell us why you've been taking the food from the store. We're not angry. We just want to understand.
We're sorry, everyone. Our family has grown bigger, and we couldn't find enough food. We were scared to ask for help. I thought you might send us away if you knew we couldn't take care of ourselves.
We didn't mean to cause trouble. We just didn't know what else to do.
Oh, you poor things. You should have said something. I know how it feels to be afraid to ask for help.
I could have taught you how to fish in the river. There's plenty for everyone.
The other animals felt bad for the raccoons. They understood that sometimes animals needed help. They also felt sorry for blaming Barry without any real proof.
We're sorry too, Barry. We shouldn't have thought you were the thief just because you're big.
Yes, we judged you unfairly. Can you forgive us?
Of course I forgive you. I understand why you were scared. I'm just happy we solved the mystery and can all be friends again.
This shows us that we need to talk to each other more. If someone needs help, they should ask. And we should all be ready to help our neighbors. We're a community, after all.
That's right. And we shouldn't judge others just because they look different or live alone. I may be big, but I would never steal from my friends. From now on, let's all try to understand each other better.
The animals agreed. They decided to make a new plan to share food fairly. Barry offered to teach fishing to anyone who wanted to learn. The raccoons promised to help gather berries and nuts for the store.
We want to make up for what we did. We'll work hard to help the community.
And we'll make sure everyone has enough to eat. No one should go hungry in our forest.
Over the next few weeks, the forest was busier than ever. Oliver watched over everything from his tree, smiling at how well everyone was working together. He saw Barry laughing with the rabbits, no longer feared but loved for his gentle heart. He saw the raccoons playing with the other animals, fully part of the community now.
Remember, my friends, wisdom comes from understanding and not harming each other. Always be kind and ready to help. And never be afraid to speak up when you're in trouble.
And don't be afraid to make new friends. Sometimes the animal you're scared of might become your best friend. I'm so happy to be part of this wonderful forest family.
And so the sun set over the peaceful forest. The animals went to sleep happy, knowing that they had solved their problem and made their community even better. They had learned valuable lessons about trust, friendship, and the importance of communication. The stars twinkled above the trees, and the gentle sound of the river echoed through the night. In their homes, the animals dreamed of the bright future they would build together as a strong and united forest community. The end.
Wonderful! Now, prepare yourself for a new set of characters and conversations.
Summer Holiday. The Ice Bear's Beach Adventure. In the freezing Arctic, where icy winds howled and snow fell even in July, there lived a young ice bear named Arctic. Unlike other polar bears who were happy in their cold world, Arctic dreamed of adventure and warmth.
Brr! Another freezing day. I'm tired of all this ice and snow. There must be more to life than this.
One day, while fishing at the edge of an ice floe, Arctic saw something floating in the water. It was a colorful magazine showing pictures of sunny beaches and bears surfing on big waves.
Wow! Is this real? Bears riding on water? And look at all that sand and sun.
From that moment, Arctic couldn't stop thinking about the beach. He dreamed of warm sun on his fur and the excitement of riding waves. Finally, he made a big decision.
That's it. I'm going to find this sunny place and learn to surf.
Arctic's family and friends thought he was crazy.
Are you nuts? Arctic, ice bears don't go to beaches.
It's dangerous, sweetie. You could melt.
I won't melt, Mom. And I have to try. I'll never be happy if I don't.
So, with a heavy heart but excited spirit, Arctic said goodbye to his home. He set off on a long, difficult journey. He swam through icy seas, rode on floating icebergs, and even sneaked onto a big ship. Many days later, tired and a bit scared, Arctic finally arrived at Sunny Shores Beach Resort. The warm air hit him like a wall, and the bright sun made him squint.
Wow. It's so bright and warm. And look at all that sand.
Feeling very out of place with his thick white fur, Arctic walked shakily on the hot sand towards the hotel. Brown bears all around stopped and stared at him, whispering to each other.
Mommy, look. Is that beer made of snow?
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all.
But Arctic remembered his dream of surfing and took a deep breath. With wobbly legs, he walked up to the hotel to get a room, ready to start his big adventure.
Welcome to Sunny Beach Hotel. How can I help you?
Hi. I want a room, please.
Sure. Do you want a room on the beach or near the golf course?
The beach, I think. I want to learn to surf.
Good choice. Do you want breakfast? We have fruit in the morning. Or you can get all meals with fish for dinner.
Fish for dinner sounds great.
Arctic got his room key and went to his beach house. The sand was hot on his feet. He could hear waves and bears laughing. He felt a little scared, but mostly excited. Exhausted from his long journey, Arctic decided to turn in early. As he lay on the soft bed, so different from the ice he was used to, he listened to the soothing sound of waves crashing on the shore. The next morning, Arctic went to the beach early. He saw brown bears playing beach volleyball, making sand castles, and surfing on big waves. He wanted to join them, but didn't know how.
Maybe I'll try to play with them.
Arctic walked up to some bears playing volleyball.
Wow, an ice bear. Are you lost?
No, I'm on vacation. Can I play with you?
Okay, but be careful. It's very hot here.
Arctic tried to play, but the sand was too hot for his feet. He couldn't hit the ball well. The other bears laughed a little, and Arctic felt sad. He decided to take a break on a nearby deck chair, hoping to cool off and gather his thoughts.
Maybe this was a bad idea.
Just then, a cheerful female brown bear named Sunny approached Arctic. She carried a surfboard and wore a friendly smile.
Hey there, I'm Sunny. You look like you could use a friend. Ever tried surfing?
I'm Arctic. And no, but I've always wanted to learn.
Well, you're in luck. I happen to be a great teacher. Want to give it a shot?
Yes, please.
Sunny led Arctic to a quieter part of the beach. Him the basics of surfing. She showed him how to lie on the board and paddle. Then how to stand up and balance.
Remember, keep your knees bent and your arms out for balance. It's all about finding your center.
Arctic practiced on the sand for hours, falling numerous times, but always getting back up. Sunny's patience and encouragement kept him motivated.
This is harder than it looks, but so much fun.
You're doing great for a beginner, Arctic. Ready to try it in the water?
They moved into the ocean, where Arctic faced new challenges. The waves, though small, seemed enormous to him. He struggled to paddle out and kept falling off his board. But Sunny remained supportive, offering tips and cheering him on. As the sun began to set, Arctic managed to stand on his board and ride a small wave all the way to the shore. The feeling was exhilarating.
I did it, Sunny. I actually did it.
You sure did. See? You're a natural.
Over the next few days, Arctic and Sunny spent most of their time together. She taught him more surfing techniques. And they explored the beach, building sandcastles and collecting seashells. Arctic found himself enjoying Sunny's company more and more. One evening, as they watched the sunset together, Arctic realized he was developing feelings for Sunny. Her kindness, patience, and adventurous spirit had captured his heart.
Sunny, I think you're really amazing.
Aw, Thanks, Arctic. I think you're pretty special, too.
As Arctic's surfing skills improved, other bears on the beach began to take notice. They started including him in their activities and conversations. Arctic felt a sense of belonging he'd never experienced before. One afternoon, Sunny approached Arctic with excitement in her eyes.
Arctic, guess what? The resort is holding its annual surfing competition next week. You should enter.
Me? But I'm still learning. I couldn't possibly compete against experienced surfers.
Of course you can. It's not about winning. It's about challenging yourself and having fun.
Well, when you put it that way, okay, I'll do it. But you have to promise to keep teaching me.
Of course. We'll practice every day. You're going to do great.
For the next week, Arctic and Sunny dedicated themselves to intense surfing practice. Arctic's skills improved rapidly, and his confidence grew. Other bears on the beach noticed his determination and offered encouragement. Finally, the day of the competition arrived. The beach was buzzing with excitement as bears from all over gathered to watch and participate. Arctic felt a mix of nerves and anticipation as he waited for his turn.
Remember everything we practiced. But most importantly, have fun out there.
Thanks, Sunny. I want to say something to you.
What is it, Arctic?
Well, I think I...
Just as Arctic was about to confess his feelings, A loud voice boomed over the loudspeaker.
Attention, all surfers! The final heat of the tournament is about to begin. Arctic, you're up next.
Oh, I guess I have to go now.
Good luck, Arctic. You can do it.
Arctic paddled out into the ocean, his heart pounding with both nerves and unspoken feelings. As he positioned himself for a wave, he saw an enormous swell approaching, much bigger than any he'd faced before.
Wow, that's huge. But I can do this. For Sunny.
As the massive wave bore down on him, Arctic stood up on his board, determined to make Sunny proud. But as he rose to his feet, the wave's power overwhelmed him. The last thing Arctic saw was a wall of water crashing down before everything went dark.
Arctic, no!
Will Arctic survive the massive wave? Can Sunny save him? What will become of their romance? To find out what happens next in Arctic and Sunny's beach adventure, we need 10,000 likes on this video. Hit that like button if you want to see these two bears back in action.
Liked what you heard? Hit that like button and get ready for our next language adventure.
A Roar of Kindness, the Lion and the Mouse. In the heart of a dense jungle, where tall trees reached for the sky and colorful birds sang their songs, there lived a mighty lion. The lion was known far and wide as the king of the jungle. All the animals respected and feared him. One sunny afternoon, the lion was taking a nap under a large tree. He was sleeping peacefully, dreaming of his next meal. Suddenly, a tiny mouse appeared. He was looking for food and didn't notice the sleeping lion. The mouse accidentally stepped on the lion's tail.
Who dares to disturb my sleep?
The lion's eyes fell on the small mouse, who was shaking with fear.
Oh, mighty lion! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. Please don't eat me.
You tiny creature. How dare you wake me up? I should eat you for lunch.
Please, great lion, spare my life. I promise I'll help you someday if you let me go.
The lion looked at the mouse and laughed.
You help me? How could such a small mouse ever help the king of the jungle? That's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
You never know, mighty lion. Even the smallest creatures can be helpful sometimes.
The lion thought for a moment. He was amused by the mouse's bravery and decided to let him go.
Very well, little mouse. I'll let you live. Run along now, before I change my mind.
Thank you, kind lion. I won't forget your kindness. I promise I'll repay you someday.
The mouse scurried away, disappearing into the thick jungle grass. The lion shook his head, still amused by the mouse's words.
Help me? Ha! As if I'd ever need help from a tiny mouse.
Days passed, and the lion forgot all about his encounter with the little mouse. One morning, he decided to go for a walk in a part of the jungle he didn't usually visit.
I think I'll explore some new territory today.
Maybe I'll find a nice antelope for breakfast.
As the lion walked through the jungle, he suddenly felt something tighten around his legs. Before he knew what was happening, he was lifted off the ground.
What's happening? I can't move. Help!
The lion had walked right into a hunter's net. The more he struggled, the tighter the ropes became.
Someone help me! I'm trapped!
The lion's mighty roars echoed through the jungle. All the animals heard him, but they were too afraid to come close. All except one tiny creature.
That sounds like the lion who spared my life. He's in trouble. I must help him.
The brave little mouse ran as fast as his tiny legs could carry him. Soon he found the lion tangled in the net.
Don't worry, mighty lion. I'm here to help you.
What? You again? How can you possibly help me?
Just watch, my friend. I may be small, but I have sharp teeth.
The mouse began to gnaw on the ropes of the net. His tiny teeth worked quickly, cutting through one rope after another.
Almost there. Just a few more.
Finally, after what seemed like hours, the last rope snapped. The lion fell to the ground, free at last.
I can't believe it. You actually saved me.
I told you I would help you someday, didn't I?
The lion looked at the tiny mouse with new respect in his eyes.
You were right, little one. I was wrong to laugh at you before.
You may be small, but you have a big heart and even bigger courage.
Thank you, mighty lion. I'm just glad I could help. After all, you spared my life when you could have eaten me.
I've learned an important lesson today. Size doesn't matter when it comes to kindness and bravery.
From that day on, the lion and the mouse became unlikely friends. The lion never again underestimated the smaller creatures of the jungle.
Little friend, would you like to join me for a walk? I'd love to hear more about your adventures.
I'd be honored, mighty lion.
As they walked together through the jungle, other animals watched in amazement. They couldn't believe their eyes. The king of the jungle walking side by side with the tiniest creature.
Listen, everyone. This brave little mouse has taught me a valuable lesson. No creature is too small to be a friend or to lend a helping hand.
And no act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted.
And so the story of the brave little mouse and the mighty lion spread throughout the jungle. It taught all the animals that friendship and kindness come in all sizes, and that even the smallest among us can make a big difference. From that day forward, the jungle became a paradise where all creatures, big and small, lived together in harmony. And it all started with one small act of mercy and one brave little mouse.
Learning English was hard for me at first. I tried watching YouTube videos, but I didn't improve much. I practiced speaking in front of my mirror, but when I talked to tourists, I felt nervous. One day, I found Home Studies, an online language school. They said they could help me learn English better through the internet. Home Studies gave me a teacher from the USA. We had our lessons on the computer using video calls. My teacher was very nice and made a special plan for me. We had online classes every week. During our internet lessons, my teacher helped me with my pronunciation and speaking. After a few months of online studying, I started to think in English. I was so happy. Now, I can speak English well. I'm very proud of myself. I'm glad I found Home Studies. Their online lessons really helped me learn English fast. If you want to learn a new language, try an online school like Home Studies with a good internet teacher. You can do it too.
Enjoyed the language practice? Smash that like button and let's continue our storytelling journey.
In a big forest, there are many trees. The sun is warm. In this forest, there are two friends. A busy squirrel named Nutkin and a happy hedgehog named Pickels.
Nutkin works hard every day. He runs from tree to tree. He collects acorns and nuts. Nutkin knows winter will come, so he works all day.
Pickles is different. He likes to play and have fun. He walks in the forest. He looks at pretty leaves. He enjoys the warm sun.
One sunny day, Nutkin sees Pickles walking by.
Good morning, Pickles. It's a nice day to work. Want to help me collect acorns?
Hi, Nutkin. Why work on a nice day? Let's have fun. We can walk and look at pretty leaves.
That sounds nice, but I need to save food for winter. It's important to plan. Winter can be cold.
Oh, Nutkin, winter is far away. Don't worry. Let's enjoy today.
Nutkin shakes his head. He knows it's important to work. He runs off to find more acorns. Pickles watches him go, then walks to a big tree to rest. Every day, Nutkin works hard. He finds many acorns and nuts. He takes them to his treehouse. Pickles just walks around. He looks at leaves and plays with other animals. One day, Nutkin sees Pickles resting under a tree.
Pickles, you should help me work. Winter will come soon. We need to be ready.
No way, Nutkin. I want to have fun now. There's time to work later.
But Prickles, if you don't work now, you might not have food in winter.
Don't worry, Nutkin. Everything will be fine.
Days pass. The weather gets colder. Leaves turn yellow and red. They fall to the ground. Nutkin works even harder now. He knows winter is coming soon. One cool day, Nutkin sees Prickles. He looks worried.
Prickles, it's getting cold. Did you save any food for winter?
Food? No, I didn't. I was having too much fun. I forgot about saving food.
Oh no! You need to get ready for winter. It will be here soon.
It's okay. I can find food when I need it. There are still some berries left.
More time passes. Now it's very cold. Snow covers the ground. Prickles can't find any food. He's cold and hungry. One snowy day, Prickles goes to Nutkin's treehouse.
Nutkin! Nutkin! I'm so cold and hungry. I can't find any food. Can you help me?
Oh, Prickles. I told you about winter. But don't worry. I'll share my food with you. That's what friends are for.
Thank you, Nutkin. You're a good friend. I'm sorry I didn't listen before.
Nutkin shares his acorns with Prickles. Prickles is very thankful. He knows Nutkin was right.
Nutkin, you were right. I should have worked harder when it was warm. Now I have no food.
It's okay, Prickles. We all make mistakes. We can work together now. I can teach you how to collect food.
Nutkin teaches Prickles how to find and store food. At first, it's hard for Prickles. He's not used to working, but soon he starts to like it.
This work is hard, Nutkin, but it feels good to help. I like doing something important.
Yes, it does feel good. And when we work together, it's easier and more fun.
All winter, Nutkin and Pickels work together. Pickles learns many new things. He learns how to find the best acorns and how to store them safely. Finally, winter ends. Spring comes again. New leaves grow on the trees.
Nutkin, thank you for helping me all winter. I learned so much. You're a great teacher and a good friend.
You're welcome, Pickles. I'm glad we're friends. You worked very hard this winter. I'm proud of you.
This spring, I want to help you collect acorns. I know how important it is now.
That's great. We'll have fun and work hard together. And maybe we can take some time to play too.
From that day on, Nutkin and Pickles worked together in the forest. They collected acorns and nuts. But they also took time to play and enjoy the sunshine. Pickles learned that working hard is important. He knew now that planning for the future was good. But Nutkin learned something too. He learned it's okay to have fun sometimes. One sunny day, as they worked together under a big oak tree, Nutkin turned to Pickles.
Remember, Pickles, it's good to work hard and plan ahead. But it's also good to enjoy today.
You're right, Nutkin. And don't forget to have some fun too. Life is better when we have both work and play.
And so the squirrel and the hedgehog became the best of friends. They worked hard together in the pretty forest, but they also played and had fun. They enjoyed all the seasons, from the warm days of summer to the cold days of winter. They knew that life was best when they helped each other and worked together.
Let's keep the momentum going. Our next story has some fantastic dialogue for you to practice.
The Great Jungle Treasure Hunt. Deep in the heart of a bustling jungle, where vines twisted around ancient trees, and the air hummed with the sounds of countless creatures, lived two unlikely friends. Milo the monkey was known for his curious nature and mischievous grin. Ella the elephant was respected for her wisdom and gentle heart. One misty morning, as the jungle was waking up, Milo decided to explore a part of their home he had never seen before.
I wonder what's over that big hill. I've never been there.
As Milo climbed higher, he spotted something strange. A rocky outcrop with a dark opening.
Is that a cave? I've got to check it out.
Without a second thought, the adventurous monkey scampered towards the mysterious cave, unaware of the exciting discovery waiting inside.
Wow! What's this?
Inside the cave, Milo found an old, crinkled piece of bark with strange markings on it. It looked like a map, but Milo had never seen anything like it before.
Wow! This must be special. I need to show Ella.
Milo quickly swung through the trees to find his friend.
Ella! Ella! Look what I found in a cave.
What is it, Milo?
It's some kind of map. And look, it shows the way to something called a golden banana.
A golden banana? I've never heard of such a thing.
Me neither. But it must be amazing. Maybe it's a super fruit that can make us stronger or smarter.
Or maybe it could help feed the animals in the jungle during dry seasons.
Want to look for it with me? It could be an adventure.
An adventure to find a magical fruit? That does sound like fun. Okay, I'm in.
And so, Milo and Ella started their big adventure. They looked at the map and saw they had to go through thick forests, over high mountains, and across wide rivers.
This is going to be great. I can swing through the trees.
But I can't swing like you, Milo. How will I keep up?
Don't worry, Ella. You're strong. You can push down small trees to make a path, and I'll wait for you.
They walked for a long time. Milo swung from tree to tree, while Ella used her strong legs to walk through the forest. They helped each other when things got hard.
Milo, can we rest for a bit? My feet hurt.
Sure, Ella. Let's stop by this river. We can have a drink and cool off.
After resting, they looked at the map again. The first place they had to go was the tallest tree in the jungle. It was called the Great Banyan Tree.
Look, Ella. I think that's the banyan tree over there.
Wow, it's so big. How will we find anything in such a big tree?
When they got to the tree, they saw a sign. On it was a puzzle about jungle fruits.
It says we need to put the fruits in order from smallest to biggest. But I don't know all these fruits.
Don't worry, Milo. I know lots about jungle plants. Let me help.
Together, they solved the puzzle. Milo was quick to move the fruits around, and Ella knew which ones were bigger or smaller. When they finished, a small door in the tree opened up.
We did it! Look! There's another part of the map inside.
Great job, Milo. Where do we go next?
The new part of the map showed a big waterfall. Behind it was a hidden cave. Milo and Ella walked for a long time to find this waterfall.
Are we there yet, Ella? My legs are getting tired.
I think I hear water, Milo. It must be close.
Finally, they saw the waterfall. It was huge, with water falling from high up in the sky.
How do we get behind it?
I have an idea. Hold on to my trunk and I'll spray water to make a path.
Ella used her trunk to spray water, making a small, dry path behind the waterfall. They walked through and found the cave.
We made it! But it's so dark in here.
Don't be scared, Milo. I'll go first and you can hold my tail.
Inside the cave, there were many tunnels. It was like a big puzzle.
Which way should we go, Ella?
Let's think about this. The map shows 3 turns, right, then left, then right again.
Okay, I'll run ahead and check each tunnel. You remember which ones we've been in.
Milo used his quick monkey skills to look in each tunnel. Ella used her good memory to remember which ways they had already gone. After a while, they found the right path.
Ella, look! There's a light ahead.
You're right. We must be close to the end.
They walked into a big room filled with shiny things. There were yellow coins, sparkly rocks, and old-looking objects.
Is this the treasure? It's just a bunch of shiny stuff.
I wonder why humans would hide these things here. It must have taken a long time to make all this.
Yeah. And why did they make a map? Don't they want to share?
Maybe they thought these things were very important. But you're right, Milo. The real treasure is making friends and seeing new places.
Like us. We became better friends on this trip.
And we saw parts of the jungle we'd never seen before. That's better than any shiny rock.
Milo and Ella decided to leave these shiny things where they were. They thought maybe someday other animals might find them and have their own adventure.
This was fun, Ella. Can we go on another adventure soon?
Sure, Milo. But maybe next time we can just explore without a map. There's so much to see in our jungle.
As they walked out of the cave, Milo riding on Ella's back, they felt happy. They had solved puzzles, helped each other, and learned new things. They realized that friendship and adventure were the best treasures of all.
Hey, Ella! Race you home!
You're on, Milo.
And so, laughing and playing, Milo and Ella headed back to their homes in the jungle. They knew that no matter what adventures came next, they would face them together as the best of friends.
Ready for another language adventure? Let's jump into our next story.
In a beautiful green forest where the trees grew tall and the flowers bloomed in every color, there lived many different animals. They all shared the forest and lived together in peace. This is where our story begins. Among the animals, there was a very special rabbit named Billy. Billy wasn't just any rabbit. He was known throughout the forest for his kindness and wisdom.
Good morning, everyone. What a beautiful day in our forest. Does anyone need any help today?
The other animals loved Billy. He was always ready to lend a helping hand or give good advice. In another part of the forest lived a fox named Tommy. Tommy was different from Billy. He was always thinking about how to get more for himself, even if it meant others had less.
I wish I had more food, more shiny things, more of everything. Why should I share when I could have it all?
One day, Tommy heard a rumor that made his eyes light up with excitement.
What's that? A hidden treasure in our forest? I must find it. And when I do, it'll all be mine.
Tommy knew he couldn't find the treasure alone. He needed help, but he didn't want to share. Then he had an idea.
I know. I'll trick that kind rabbit, Billy. He's always helping everyone. He'll help me for sure.
Tommy ran to find Billy. When he saw the rabbit, he put on his saddest face.
Oh, Billy, I'm in such trouble. My family is so hungry, and I can't find enough food. Can you help me?
Oh no, Tommy, that's terrible. Of course I'll help you. What can I do?
I heard there might be a lot of food hidden in a secret place in the forest. If we find it, I can feed my family for a long time.
That sounds wonderful, Tommy. Let's go look for it together.
And so, Billy and Tommy set off into the forest. They looked high and low, in hollow trees and behind big rocks. Billy worked very hard to help his friend.
Keep looking, Tommy. We'll find that food for your family soon.
Yes, yes, let's keep looking. It must be around here somewhere.
After searching for hours, they finally found something exciting. Behind a big, old tree, they saw a small opening in the ground.
Look, Tommy, I think I see something shiny down there.
Let me see! Let me see!
They carefully made the hole bigger and looked inside. To their amazement, they found a chest full of shiny stones and other valuable things.
Wow! This isn't food, but it's a real treasure. We can sell these shiny stones and buy lots of food for all the animals in the forest.
But Tommy's eyes were filled with greed. He had forgotten all about his made-up story about his hungry family.
Silly rabbit. There's no hungry family. I tricked you. This treasure is all mine now.
Tommy, how could you? That's not right.
Tommy tried to grab the chest, but it was too heavy for him to carry alone.
Ugh, it's too heavy. Billy, you have to help me carry it to my den.
No, Tommy. I won't help you steal from our forest friends.
Billy was disappointed in Tommy, but he was also very wise. He knew he had to teach Tommy a lesson about greed and sharing.
I have an idea that might help Tommy understand.
Billy pretended to agree to help Tommy.
Okay, Tommy, if it means that much to you, I'll help you carry the chest, but it's really heavy. We'll need to use a strong vine to drag it.
Yes, yes, whatever you say. Just hurry.
Billy found a long, strong vine. He tied one end to the chest and gave the other end to Tommy.
Here, Tommy, you pull from the front and I'll push from behind. But we need to go through that narrow path between the big rocks.
Fine, fine. Let's go already.
As they moved along the narrow path, Billy quietly untied the vine from the chest. Tommy was pulling so hard and was so focused on the treasure that he didn't notice.
Ugh. Why is this so hard to pull?
Suddenly, Tommy reached the end of the narrow path. With one last big pull, he tumbled out into an open area, but the chest wasn't behind him.
What? Where's the treasure? Billy, What happened?
Tommy turned around to see Billy standing there, with all their forest friends behind him. They had all seen what Tommy had tried to do.
Tommy, look around you. What do you see?
I see all our friends, and they look disappointed in me.
That's right. When you only think about yourself, you end up with nothing and no friends. But when you share and help others, you have something much more valuable than treasure. You have friendship and trust.
Tommy looked at all the faces around him. He realized that Billy was right. He felt very ashamed of what he had done.
I'm so sorry, everyone. Especially you, Billy. I was greedy and I lied. Can you all forgive me?
Of course we forgive you, Tommy. That's what friends do. But remember this lesson.
All the animals agreed to forgive Tommy. Together, they went back to get the treasure chest.
Now, let's all decide together how to use this treasure to help our whole forest community.
That's a great idea. Maybe we can buy seeds to plant more food for everyone, or get materials to build better homes.
And so, the animals of the forest worked together to use the treasure wisely. They bought seeds and tools, and soon the forest was even more beautiful and full of food than before. Tommy learned an important lesson about the value of honesty and sharing. From that day on, he became one of the most helpful animals in the forest, always ready to lend a hand or a paw to his friends.
Billy, thank you for teaching me that having good friends is the real treasure.
You're welcome, Tommy. Remember, when we share and help each other, we all become richer in the things that really matter.
And so, the forest remained a happy place where all the animals lived together in harmony, sharing and caring for one another. The end.
Wonderful! Now, prepare yourself for a new set of characters and conversations.
Chapter 1 Cornish Piskies. In the staff room of Penzance Secondary School. It is the end of the last day of the summer term. Amelia Edwards, the headmistress, is putting coffee cups into a dishwasher. She turns to Oliver Bailey, who is a PE teacher, and also her younger brother.
What are you doing this evening, Ollie?
I think I'll go to the beach and catch some waves.
Oh, you're so lucky. I have to have a meeting with Peter at 7 o'clock.
Beatrix Anderson, who is the school librarian, has been sitting in a comfortable chair reading a book. She looks at Amelia.
I'm pleased that you and Peter are talking to each other again.
Oliver nods.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
It's not what you think. We're having a meeting to talk about getting a divorce.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear you're breaking up.
Yes, that's terrible. I always liked Peter.
Oliver puts his hand on Amelia's shoulder.
Listen, sis, before I go surfing, I need to check out the waves. We could go for a walk on the cliff path. I promise you'll be home before 7 o'clock.
Oh, I don't know.
Oliver looks over at Beatrix, who is still reading her book.
Hey, Miss Bookworm. Why don't you come for a walk with us too? The summer holidays start today. Let's get out into that sunshine.
Okay. If you promise I will be home before 7 o'clock, I will come for a walk with you.
I promise.
Oliver looks at Beatrix.
What about Miss Bookworm?
If you promise to stop calling me Miss Bookworm, I'll come for a walk with you.
Okay. I promise, Beatrix.
They leave the staff room together. 10 minutes later, they are on the cliff path. Amelia is wobbling a bit on her high heels. Beatrix smiles happily.
All of us have 6 whole weeks off. It's such a lovely feeling, isn't it?
Definitely.
I would rather take my holidays whenever I choose, rather than having to take them at the same time every year.
Oh, sis. You're never happy, are you?
Oliver puts his arm around his sister, but she pushes him away.
I didn't say I wasn't happy. I was just saying...
I was only joking, sis.
Oliver looks at the waves.
The surf looks pretty good from up here. But I should go down to have a closer look. You ladies keep walking. I'll catch you up.
Oliver sets off down to the beach. Amelia and Beatrix keep walking.
Listen, Amelia. I'm sorry to hear about you and Peter breaking up.
Thanks, Bea. But let's not talk about my problems. Why don't you tell me about your plans for the holidays?
Well, I have an idea.
Yes?
I'm going to write a book during the summer.
Really? That's a great idea.
Thanks.
What will you write about?
I'm going to write about the myths and legends of Great Britain. There are so many wonderful stories from all over the UK.
I think a librarian like you is the best person to write a book like that.
Thanks, Amelia.
Suddenly, the path becomes 2 paths. There's a sign pointing down the narrower of the 2 paths. Amelia sets off down the narrower path. Beatrix looks down the other, wider path and looks unsure.
Wait a minute, Amelia. I think it might be this way.
No, it can't be. The sign says it's this way.
Amelia keeps walking. The path gets rockier and rockier. Beatrix decides she had better follow her. She runs to catch up.
I think this might be the wrong way.
Don't be silly, Bea. The sign definitely pointed in this direction.
I know what the sign said, but...
Dark clouds suddenly start to cover the sun. They both look at the sky.
It looks like it's going to rain, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Wow. Can you see those strange little lights dancing along the path?
Amelia shakes her head and laughs.
What are you talking about, Bee?
Beatrix looks again.
Oh, they're gone. Didn't you see them, Amelia?
No, I didn't see anything.
Suddenly, they hear the sound of running feet. Oliver runs down the rocky path towards them.
Ladies, you've gone the wrong way. This path is very dangerous.
Amelia turns to Oliver. She looks annoyed.
It's not the wrong path. We followed the sign.
Well, the sign was pointing the wrong way, sis. This path has been really dangerous since some of the cliffs were washed away in the last storm. If you keep walking this way, you could easily fall off the edge.
Don't be silly. Come on, I'll show you.
Amelia walks as quickly as she can back towards the sign. Oliver and Beatrix follow her. Soon they are standing looking at the sign.
See? It points that way.
Yes, but that's the wrong way.
But why would the sign point the wrong way?
Beatrix speaks quietly.
I think this must have been the work of the Cornish Piskies.
The what?
Cornish Piskies are cheeky little elves who lead travellers in the wrong direction. People say they are tiny lights dancing around, getting people lost.
That's silly.
Remember I saw those funny lights?
Amelia shakes her head.
I didn't see them.
Remember I said I'm going to write a book about the myths and legends of Great Britain?
Are you? That's great.
Thanks. Yes, I'm going to write a book about myths and legends from all over the UK. And this is my first story. The story of the Cornish Piskies that led us up the wrong path. Right here in Penzance.
Amelia starts to smile.
Well, I suppose that is quite a good story. And it was right here in Penzance. But where will you find the other stories for your book?
Well, I'm going to travel around the country, visiting all the places where the stories come from.
That's exciting. You must be really excited.
Beatrix shakes her head.
No, really I know I'm too scared to go on a journey like that by myself.
Amelia looks annoyed again.
Don't be silly, Bee. Of course you should go.
Suddenly, Beatrix smiles. Amelia looks at her.
What are you smiling about?
Well, I was just thinking. I'm too scared to go alone. But if I had some brave and clever friends with me, I could definitely go on the trip.
Amelia and Oliver look at each other. They are both thinking the same thing. Oliver speaks slowly.
How about...
A clever headmistress?
And a brave PE teacher.
Amelia, Oliver and Beatrix walk slowly back to school. All three of them are lost in their own dreams. dreams of an adventure and a summer of stories.
In the next video, you'll see me as Avril. I'm a tourist from the US, and we'll join the group.
Chapter 2: The Giants of Bristol. 3 days later, Beatrix, Amelia and Oliver are having a video call. They are all sitting alone in their houses. Oliver has a large black cat on his knee. They have decided that the first place they will go on their search for stories is Bristol.
The easiest way to get to Bristol is to catch the train.
Catching the bus is cheaper.
Yes, but the bus takes so much longer.
Okay, so is there a train that goes between Penzance and Bristol?
Beatrix is reading a train timetable.
Yes, there's a direct train. It takes 4 hours to get there.
Okay, if we want to go tomorrow, we had better buy our tickets. I will buy a ticket for myself and one for each of you. Then hopefully we'll be sitting together. Would you rather go early in the morning or a bit later?
Let's set off early. Then we'll have the whole day to find Beatrix's story.
Thanks, Oliver.
Okay, see you tomorrow morning at the train station.
See you.
Bye.
The 3 friends finish the call and go off to pack their bags. Then, the next morning, Beatrix and Amelia are standing on the train platform. Beatrix is carrying a small backpack and Amelia has a large suitcase. Just as the train pulls into the station, Oliver races along the platform, carrying what seems to be a large cage. They get on the train and find their seats. Oliver puts the cage on the seat next to him. Amelia looks at it.
What is that?
That's Mog.
Oliver pulls the blanket that is covering the cage and they can see an enormous black cat, which is definitely in a bad mood. Amelia looks surprised.
Why on earth have you brought that cat?
Well, I can't leave her at home by herself, can I?
Can't that girl you've been seeing, what's her name, Louise, look after her for you?
I hadn't seen Louise for months. Sorry, didn't I tell you that?
I'm sorry, Ollie. What's happened?
Oh, we were never serious. You know my relationships never are.
Beatrix laughs and looks at Oliver.
You sound just like me.
I thought you were seeing that dentist. Colin, isn't it?
A dentist? No wonder you have such good teeth, Bea.
Yes, I am seeing Colin, but we're not serious. We just go to the cinema together sometimes.
Oh, we are a bunch of old romantics, aren't we? One divorce, one single, and one who's definitely not very interested in visiting the dentist.
You just wait until we get to Bristol. Today's story is very romantic.
The rest of the journey passes quietly.
If you want more videos like this, then subscribe, comment and share our videos so we can make many more like it.
Soon, the train is pulling into Bristol. Beatrix wants to go to a place called Blaise Castle. They have been sitting on the train for so long that they decide to walk. As they walk, Beatrix tells them the story of the Giants of Bristol.
So, There were once two giants. They were brothers. They were called Gorham and Vincent.
Is it one of those stories where the brothers hate each other?
Well, at first they don't hate each other, but this is the romantic part. They fall in love with the same girl.
I wonder what was so special about her.
She was very beautiful. Her name was Avona. The River Avon that runs through this city was named after her.
Aww, I'd like to have a river named after me. Imagine the River Amelia.
They all laugh.
Anyway, Avona was the most beautiful giantess in Bristol. But she was not as demanding as some girls are when choosing a husband.
How do you mean?
She agreed to marry either Gorham or Vincent. But first, she challenged them to empty the lake that lay between Bristol and Bradford-on-Avon.
How were they supposed to do that?
They had to dig a channel all the way to the River Severn.
That sounds like hard work.
You would say that, sis. You've always been lazy when it comes to digging. You didn't dig any of that fish pond in your garden, did you?
No. Peter dug it for me because he knew I like colourful fish.
Oh, that's lovely. Anyway, you're right, Amelia. It was hard work. It was so hot that Gorham, who was lazy sometimes, drank a lot of beer, dug just a single channel, and fell asleep.
Gorham sounds a lot like you, Ollie.
Hey.
Meanwhile, Vincent dug a much longer channel all the way to the River Severn, and then Vincent and Avona were married.
What happened to the lazy giant?
Gorham was so upset he threw himself into the River Severn and was never seen again.
Poor Gorham. Actually, I'm starting to feel a bit lazy. Where are you taking us, Bee?
Beatrix pulls a map out of her bag and looks at it.
The map says there should be a lake on our right-hand side.
They all look to their right and see a small lake.
So far, so good.
It says we should see a narrow track going up the hill.
Amelia looks around and sees a path. She points.
There it is! It looks steep.
They slowly start to climb the hill. Soon they reach two flat-top walls of rock sticking out from the cliff. They stop and catch their breath.
Wow! What is it?
This is supposed to be the chair where Gorham fell asleep.
It does look like a giant's chair, doesn't it?
It looks like a comfortable place to rest.
They pull themselves up onto the wall of rock. Beatrix lies down in the warm sun and closes her eyes. Soon she is fast asleep. While she sleeps, a young woman wearing a short skin-tight dress and dainty kitten heels comes up the hill and looks at the giant's chair. She speaks to Oliver with an American accent.
Hi there. It sure is a lovely day.
Yeah, it certainly is. You sound like you're from the USA.
Oliver jumps down from the chair and he and Avril walk off together to look at the view on the other side of the hill. Amelia smiles to herself and shakes her head. Beatrix opens her eyes and looks around.
Where's Oliver?
He's chatting up a very attractive American tourist. This is why Oliver likes to stay single. He likes to be available when attractive young women in tight dresses and kitten heels come along.
Beatrix can see Oliver and Avril standing very close together. She is surprised to find she is not happy about this. She speaks quietly to herself.
I guess I made the same mistake as Gorham. I got lazy and fell asleep in the chair.
Amelia looks at Beatrix. She thinks about how Peter was just like the hard-working giant, Vincent, when he dug a beautiful fish pond for her. But she asks herself, was Beatrix really like Gorham? She looks at her brother and his Avona and wonders just how romantic this story will be.
If you want more story videos, then subscribe to our channel and share the video. Please leave your comments below. We love hearing from you.
Chapter 3: King Bladdered and the Pigs. Amelia, Beatrix and Oliver are sitting in a cafe at their hotel in Bristol. They are drinking coffee and talking about their plans for the next day.
If you want to go to Bath, Bea, it's not far from Bristol. There's a cycle track between the two cities. It's an easy 13-mile bike ride.
Where are we supposed to get bikes from, Oliver? And are you going to hire one for your cat too?
We can hire bikes from this hotel. Some of the bikes have baskets on the front, big enough for suitcases or even a cat cage. The owners of this hotel have another one in Bath, so we can leave the bikes there.
Wow, I haven't ridden a bike since I was a little girl. I hope I can remember how.
Well, I need some more comfortable shoes before I do a 13-mile bike ride.
The shops are still open. Shall we go shopping?
Yes, well, if we are going to ride all the way to Bath, I will have to buy some new shoes.
Beatrix and Amelia put down their coffee cups and stand up. Oliver doesn't move.
I'm going out for dinner with Avril tonight, so I won't come shopping with you. I'll go and sort out the bikes for tomorrow, and I'll see you in the morning.
Beatrix looks at Oliver and tries to smile.
Okay.
Of course, she is happy that he has a date, and Avril was certainly very attractive. As they walk through the city, Beatrix wonders what she would look like if her hair was blonde and straight like Avril's. She pulls at her wavy, mouse-brown hair unhappily. Soon, Amelia and Beatrix find a shoe shop. Inside, Amelia picks up a pair of white trainers.
I don't usually wear trainers. I usually wear high heels. But these certainly look more comfortable than my usual shoes for bike riding.
They look perfect.
Amelia puts the shoe on her foot and walks around. Beatrix takes a pair of pretty rose-red kitten heels from the shelf. They look exactly like the ones Avril was wearing yesterday. Beatrix slips her foot into the shoe. Amelia looks at Beatrix in surprise.
Those don't look like the kind of shoes you usually wear, Bea. They are lovely, though. I used to have a pair just like that, except mine were yellow.
You're right, Amelia. I don't usually wear shoes like this. I would have to get used to wearing heels. But maybe I should get used to it. After all, you'll have to get used to wearing trainers, so I'll have to get used to wearing heels too.
Beatrix takes the kitten heels over to the shop assistant. Amelia lines up behind her. They both buy their new shoes. As they are leaving the shop, Amelia can't help but wonder why Beatrix feels she has to get used to wearing heels.
If you want more videos like this, then subscribe, comment and share our videos so we can make many more like it.
The next day, 3 bikers are riding along the Bristol and Bath railway path, towards Bath. Oliver has squashed Mog's cage into a basket on the front of his bike, and Mog is looking out of her cage with interest. Oliver smiles at his cat.
See, Mog, this is another way to travel, isn't it? And it's easy for you. You just have to sit there and enjoy yourself.
There are other ways to travel too, Oliver. Like the bus, for example. If we had got the bus from Bristol, we would have been in Bath an hour ago.
Oh, but this is so much more fun, sis. And you look just right on that bike.
Amelia is wearing her new trainers, and she, too, has squashed her luggage into a basket on the front of her bike. She looks at her feet with a small smile.
I have to admit, these shoes are very comfortable. Although they're definitely not as cute as Beatrix's new ones.
Beatrix looks sad. Her new shoes are packed into her backpack. For some reason, ever since she tried them on, her feet have been red and sore.
But now my feet are too sore and ugly to wear those cute shoes.
Beatrix looks unhappy as she remembers what Oliver had said when he saw her pretty shoes. He had said that they didn't seem right for her. This made Beatrix feel angry. She just didn't understand it. Oliver certainly seemed to like the rose-red kitten heels when Avril had been wearing them. He had been talking about Avril all morning, which Beatrix thought was really annoying. She was looking so annoyed that Oliver looked over at her.
Are you all right, Bee? You certainly look like you're doing a lot of thinking while you're riding.
Yes, I suppose that's the best thing to do while on a long ride. I just wish my feet weren't so sore. Do you think we're nearly there, Oliver?
Oliver points into the distance.
Yes. Can you see that sign over there? That's the end of the cycle path. That means we're in Bath.
Great.
Soon they are riding through the city of Bath towards the Parade Gardens. When they get there, the gardens are full of flowers that look and smell wonderful. In the middle of the garden is a large stone statue of a man and a pig.
That's King Bladdard, the hero of today's story.
Why does he have a pig?
Well, when he was a young prince in 863 BC, he went to Athens and caught leprosy. When he came back to Bath, his dad, the king, sent him to prison.
What? Just for having leprosy?
Yes, so he escapes and finds a job looking after pigs.
Nice.
It was nice. Some of his pigs would bathe in a pool of natural hot water nearby.
Very nice.
Prince Bladdard saw that the pigs that had been bathing in the natural hot water no longer had the skin diseases that the other pigs had. So he decided to try it himself. He bathed in the pool of special hot water, and soon his leprosy was gone.
Amazing. Did he still have to look after the pigs?
No, very soon he became the king. And after that, the amazing powers of Bath's natural hot water were celebrated by everyone.
I think you can still go in the natural hot water. There's a natural hot pool in the city. My grandma used to go there every year to help with her sore back. Maybe that's what you need for your sore feet, Bee.
So Beatrix and the others go to the spa pools. They bathe in the natural hot water.
This is wonderful.
It's just what we need after such a long bike ride.
Maybe I should tell Avril about this place. She's travelling around the UK too. I bet she would love it here.
Later that evening, While Beatrix is getting ready for bed in the hotel, she realizes that her feet are no longer red and sore. She can't believe it. Just like for King Bladdard, Bath's amazing natural hot water had worked its magic on her. She smiles to herself. Maybe now she could wear her rose-red kitten heels and look just as pretty as Avril. Chapter 4: King Arthur and the Bearded Lake. Beatrix, Oliver and Amelia are on the train to Snowdonia, Wales. Beatrix's phone rings. It is Colin Clary, the dentist that Beatrix has been dating for 4 months.
Hello, Beatrix. Where have you been? I've been trying to call you for days.
I'm sorry, Colin. I've been busy finding stories in Bristol and Bath. I've learned some amazing things about giants and kings and magic water.
Magic water? Isn't that a bit too silly to write about in a book?
No, it's not silly at all. I had really sore feet yesterday, and Bath's magic water made them better.
Sore feet? Well, maybe you're doing too much walking.
Actually, yesterday I didn't walk. I cycled for 13 miles between Bristol and Bath.
But you never ride a bike. You're not fit enough to ride 13 miles. No wonder you have sore feet. You should come home. You can find all the information you need on the internet.
I need to travel to the real places. If I see the places for myself, I can write a book about my own experiences. Like the experience I had in the magic water yesterday.
Don't waste your time travelling around the country, Bee. If you came home today, we could go to the cinema.
I want to travel around the country, Colin. I love travelling, and I love learning about all these stories. I'm not coming home yet. Today, we're travelling to Wales to learn about King Arthur and the Bearded Lake.
Okay, Beatrix. I have to go now. Bye.
Bye, Colin.
Beatrix puts her phone into her backpack. She looks out of the window. Oliver and Amelia can see that she doesn't want to talk. After a while, the train pulls into Snowdonia. Beatrix is not pleased to see Avril waiting for them at the station. They step off the train.
Hey there, Ollie.
Hi, Avril. Although I only saw you 2 days ago, it feels like it's been ages. It's so great to see you again.
Oliver kisses Avril on the cheek.
Since Snowdonia is such a beautiful place, I think we should go camping while we're here.
Camping? Really?
We can't go camping because we don't have a tent.
Despite not having a tent, I think we should go camping.
That's crazy.
No, Beatrice is right. Due to not having any camping equipment, I suggest we go shopping.
Even though Avril does not look happy about Oliver's idea, they walk into town and find a camping shop. Once inside, Oliver finds a tent that is big enough for all of them.
This one's great. It has 2 bedrooms, one for Beatrice and Amelia, and one for us, Avril.
Well, if I'm going to sleep in there, I will need a comfortable bed.
Amelia chooses some comfortable camp beds and sleeping bags. They pay for their camping equipment. Once outside the shop, Oliver looks worried.
Wow, we will never be able to carry all this. How far away is the bearded lake, Bee?
Beatrix looks at a map.
It's not far, but you're right. It's too far to carry all this equipment.
We might have to hitchhike.
Are you joking?
Well, it's better than walking.
Amelia tries to wave down a car that is passing, but it doesn't stop.
Wales is famous for its friendly people. It'll be good for us to meet some of them. I'm sure someone will be interested in helping us.
Well, I'm not going to wait around all day.
A large truck drives towards them. Beatrix waves her hand at the driver. He smiles at them and stops.
Well done, Bee. See? Welsh people know how to be kind to others.
The truck driver helps them load all of their equipment into the truck. They climb in.
Thanks so much.
No problem. Where are you going?
The bearded lake.
Oh, you must have heard the story of King Arthur and the Afanc, have you?
That's why we're going.
Oh, it's a great story. You see, a horrible water monster called the Afanc killed anyone who walked too near the waters of the bearded lake. King Arthur was asked to come and kill the Afanc. He rode his horse to the lake with some strong magic chains. He pulled the monster from the lake. Some say he killed the monster. Some say he set it free somewhere far from the lake.
Soon, the truck driver pulls in next to a wild-looking lake with tall plants growing out of one side of it.
I see. It does look like this lake has a beard, doesn't it?
If you have a look over the far side of the lake, you will see the footprint that Arthur's horse left in the rock when they were pulling the monster out of the lake.
Wow, thank you.
Beatrix, Amelia and Oliver wave to the truck driver as he drives away. Avril looks uncomfortable in the cool wind that is blowing around the lake.
It's freezing here.
Come on, Avril. You can help me put the tent up. That'll warm you up.
I don't know how to put up a tent.
Well, I'm sure there are some instructions somewhere. If we work together and go for it, I'm sure it won't be that difficult.
Exactly, sis. Let's not give up until it's done.
Oliver pulls all of the parts of the tent out of the bag. Amelia reads the instructions out loud, while Beatrix and Oliver follow the steps. Slowly, the tent takes shape. Avril stands, watching, looking unhappy and almost angry. Oliver looks at her.
Come on, Avril. Don't give up. The tent's looking great.
As Avril looks at the tent, the first drops of rain start to fall. Soon, it is pouring rain. Avril runs to the tent, and one of her rose-red kitten heels gets stuck in the wet mud. She pulls it out. The shoe is covered in mud. Avril screams.
Look what's happened to my shoe.
Oliver, holding Mog over one arm, looks out of the door of the tent.
That's okay, Avril. I'm sure we can clean them.
No! They will never be the same again. Why did you bring me here, Oliver? This place is a nightmare.
Oh, Avril, no. It's not a nightmare. It's just a bit of rain.
Yeah, rain, wind, mud, and a stupid story about a king and a water monster. Well, I'm not interested in silly stories. I'm going to find a hotel with a good restaurant and a hot bath. Goodbye, Oliver.
Without looking back, Avril races away from the lake. She calls a taxi on her mobile phone and, in less than 5 minutes, a black car pulls up and Avril is gone forever. No one in the tent, not even Oliver, is sorry to see her go. Chapter 5. Lady Godiva. After Avril left the bearded lake, Beatrix, Oliver and Mog the cat had a comfortable night in the tent. Amelia was not as comfortable as the others because she didn't bring enough warm clothes. In the morning, Amelia has an idea. While they are eating their breakfast, she looks over at Beatrix.
Have you ever hired a camper van?
No. Have you?
No, I've never hired a camper van either, but I've decided I'm going to hire one today. I decided last night when I was too cold to sleep. I saw a camper van hire company just down the road. I am going to ring up and get them to drop one off.
That's a brilliant idea.
Amelia rings up and hires the biggest camper van they have. In less than an hour, a huge white van is pulling in beside the bearded lake.
Wow, that's the biggest camper van I've ever seen.
It is still raining, so they pack away the wet tent and everyone is very glad to be climbing into the big white van. Oliver walks towards the driver's seat.
I'll drive, shall I?
No way! This is my camper van. I'm going to drive.
Oh, please? I've never driven a camper van before.
Amelia shakes her head. She jumps into the driver's seat. Beatrix and Oliver climb in beside her. Amelia starts racing along the road.
Wow, you're in a hurry today, sis.
Well, we're going to Coventry today. Isn't that right, Bea?
That's right.
How long do you think it'll take to get to Coventry, Bea?
Beatrix pulls out her map and looks at it.
I think it will take about 3 hours.
No, we can get there faster than that. I think I can get us there in 2.5 hours.
A big red car pulling a caravan pulls in front of them. Amelia shouts at the driver.
Come on! Why are you driving so slowly?
Amelia points angrily at the driver of the red car.
Although, if slow drivers like him don't hurry up, it might take us 3 hours after all.
Who is our story about today, Bea?
Our next story is about Lady Godiva. Have you heard of her?
Oh, yes. The horse rider who forgot to put her clothes on.
Well, she didn't exactly forget to put her clothes on, Ollie. Although, she was famous for riding through Coventry with no clothes on. Her husband was the Earl of Mercia. He made the people of Coventry pay too much money in taxes. Lady Godiva wanted her husband to reduce the taxes. She complained every day. Finally, he agreed to reduce the taxes if she took off her clothes and rode through the streets of Coventry.
Wow! Did she do it?
Yeah, she did it. But her long hair covered all of her body.
She's lucky she had such long hair.
I know. Her husband passed a law that said everyone in the town had to stay in their houses while Lady Godiva was riding through town. They weren't even allowed to look out of their windows.
I would have definitely looked out the window.
You would have been sent to prison.
Amelia, who is now driving very fast, looks over at Beatrix, who is holding onto the edge of her seat and looking nervous.
So, did it work? Did her husband reduce the taxes?
Yes, he did. But his law didn't work.
What do you mean?
A man called Tom, who lived in the town, looked out of the window and saw Lady Godiva riding by.
Tom had the same idea as me.
So, did he get sent to prison?
Actually, it was worse than that.
What happened?
Some say Tom, or Peeping Tom, as everyone called him, went blind the very next day, and some say he died.
Oh.
See, I told you it would have been a bad idea to look out of the window, Oliver.
Oliver looks at Amelia.
You've been driving all morning. Can I have a go now?
No, you're much too slow.
I'm really keen on driving, but you won't share the camper van. Did you ever let Pete drive? Or did you always say no to him too?
Yes, of course I let Peter drive. He's an excellent driver. He's much faster than me.
Why are you breaking up with him then? He sounds perfect for you.
For a moment, Amelia looks like she doesn't remember why she and Peter are breaking up. Then, Oliver wants to stop and buy food. Amelia stops outside a shop and Oliver goes in. While Oliver is in the shop, Amelia has an idea.
Oliver is angry with me for not letting him drive, so now we're nearly there. Maybe I will let him drive into the centre of Coventry to find Lady Godiva's statue.
That's kind of you, Amelia. Oliver will be very pleased about that.
I don't think so.
Why?
I'm going to let Oliver drive, but only if he takes his clothes off.
Amelia, I don't believe you just said that.
Soon, Oliver comes back to the van with bags of sandwiches and takeaway coffees for all of them. Amelia smiles at Oliver.
So, Ollie, do you want to drive now?
Really?
Yeah. You can drive to Lady Godiva's statue, if you're brave enough.
Why do I need to be brave?
Because you're going to do it just like Lady Godiva.
What?
Without your clothes.
Are you joking?
You said you would have looked out the window at Lady Godiva, but could you be as brave as she was?
Of course I'm not afraid of taking my clothes off. But
Then prove it. You can drive into the center of town, find Lady Godiva's statue, then you can put your clothes back on again.
Oliver looks a bit nervous, but he is keen to prove that he really is just as brave as Lady Godiva.
okay. But you have to follow the Earl's law. That means no looking.
Amelia and Beatrix try to look serious.
Okay.
We promise.
Oliver gets into the driver's seat and pulls off his clothes. Amelia and Beatrix look the other way. Oliver drives towards Lady Godiva's statue. Beatrix looks for the statue in the distance. But then, by accident, she catches sight of Oliver in the driver's seat. He looks like he's starting to enjoy himself. Beatrix looks away quickly, feeling angry with herself. Now she's a peeping Tom. Later, while looking at the beautiful stone statue of the brave Lady Godiva, Beatrix wonders if she will go blind now, or maybe even die. Chapter 6. Robin Hood. The next day, the big white camper van, which Amelia hired in Snowdonia, was being driven by Oliver, who was wearing all his clothes today. Beatrix was pleased to be able to look at Oliver again without feeling totally embarrassed. She looked at him and tried not to smile.
I can't believe you took your clothes off and drove into Coventry. You were lucky not to have been arrested.
But how do you know I really did it? You promised not to look.
Beatrix feels her face turning bright red. She looks away. Amelia, who really wants to be in the driving seat, comes to her rescue.
We didn't look at you, Oliver.
Oliver looks satisfied. But Beatrix can't look at him. For some reason, she is sure he knows that she is a peeping Tom. Amelia looks at her watch.
Come on, Oliver. We want to get to Nottingham before dinner time.
Oliver throws the piece of chocolate he is eating at Amelia's head. She throws it back at him. She is in a good mood today. She had a much more comfortable night in the cosy campervan. And all of them are very excited to be going to the home of Robin Hood, England's most famous outlaw. Beatrix is reading a guidebook.
I think the best campsite is in Sherwood Forest. It says they have a Robin Hood festival every year, and it started yesterday. It says they show different Robin Hood films on a big outdoor screen.
I can't remember any of the Robin Hood films, but it might be fun to watch them outside. As long as it's not raining.
The Robin Hood films are really good. Don't you remember? He lives in the forest with his merry men, and then, whenever any rich people ride through the forest, he takes their money and gives it to the poor.
Yes, I know the story. I just said I couldn't remember the films.
Well, I don't remember why Robin Hood is hiding in the forest.
They say he killed one of the king's deer. The Sheriff of Nottingham hated Robin Hood and was always trying to catch him.
How do you know all these things?
Because she's a librarian, of course. Librarians know everything about stories.
Well, not everything.
Oliver drives the camper van as fast as he can. So they soon arrive in Sherwood Forest. Oliver finds a sunny spot and parks the camper van. They all jump out.
We should get some exercise. Shall we go for a walk through the forest? We just need to remember to look out for outlaws.
Don't be silly, Oliver.
Amelia walks off through the trees by herself. Oliver looks over at Beatrix and puts his finger to his lips to tell her to keep quiet. Then he moves as quietly as possible towards Amelia, keeping himself hidden in the shadows of the trees. Carefully, he manages to climb a little way up a tree, and suddenly, he jumps out on his sister and grabs the purse from her pocket. Amelia screams.
Oliver! What are you doing?
I am the famous outlaw Robin Hood. I'm stealing your gold so I can give it to the poor.
There's not much gold in there, Oliver. Only a few pennies.
Oliver opens Amelia's purse and looks inside.
It looks like gold to me. I promise you, the poor will thank you for it.
You are so annoying, Oliver. Honestly, it's like being on holiday with a 5-year-old.
Oliver laughs and gives Amelia back her money. Later that evening, they decided to go and watch the film Robin Hood on the big outdoor screen. The three friends push a path towards a clearing in the trees. They can see the big, bright screen in the distance, but just before they reach it, they come to a fast-flowing stream. Amelia gets there first.
Do you think you can get across, sis?
Of course I can get across.
Amelia jumps from the bank, aiming for a small rock in the middle of the stream. But as her foot lands on the rock, it slips and both feet land in the water. Amelia shouts in surprise.
Oh, my favourite shoes.
Amelia climbs out of the water. While she is taking her wet shoes off, Oliver jumps easily across the stream. He holds out his hand to Beatrix.
Can I help you, my fair maiden?
Beatrix laughs and takes Oliver's hand. Carefully, she steps across onto the opposite bank.
Thank you, good sir.
The film is just starting, and they find comfortable places to sit on the soft grass. Amelia is carrying her wet shoes.
Thanks a lot, Oliver. If you had helped me across the stream, I wouldn't have fallen in.
Hang on a minute, sis. I asked you if you could get across, and you said, "Of course I can get across."
Amelia says nothing because just then the film starts and everyone goes quiet for a couple of hours. While they watch the adventures of the brave Robin Hood, the beautiful Maid Marian, and the horrible Sheriff of Nottingham. Beatrix sits next to Oliver and remembers that she should be sitting next to Colin. He had wanted to go to the cinema with her, and here she was, sitting next to a handsome PE teacher who had just helped her across the stream and called her his fair maiden. Beatrix tries hard to think of Colin as Robin Hood kisses Maid Marian, and the film comes to an end.
Oh, what a wonderful story.
Yeah, it's a great film, isn't it? It's even better when watching it in Sherwood Forest.
After a while, they get up. Amelia's shoes have dried off now, so she puts them back on. When they get to the stream, Amelia still won't let Oliver help her, but this time she gets across without getting wet. Everyone is feeling happy now. But when they get nearer the camper van, Amelia can see that something is wrong. The side window is broken.
I think someone has broken into the camper van.
What?
Oh no. Do you think anything is missing?
All three of them run to the camper van and see that it has indeed been broken into. They search everywhere and, at first, they don't think anything has been taken. But suddenly, Amelia comes out of the biggest bedroom. Her eyes are red from crying.
I can't believe it.
Someone has taken my wedding ring.
Really? But why did you leave your wedding ring in the camper van, sis? Why aren't you wearing it?
I haven't been wearing it for weeks. Not since Peter and I started talking about divorce. But I brought it with me because I didn't want to leave it behind. Now some outlaw has stolen it.
As Amelia cries harder, Oliver and Beatrix look at each other. They are both thinking the same thing. Could it have been Robin Hood? And would this outlaw soon be giving Amelia's wedding ring to the poor? Chapter 7. Mother Shipton. Amelia is at the police station talking to a tall policeman about her missing wedding ring.
It's a fine gold band, simple but very beautiful.
When was the last time you saw it?
It was Wednesday when I was putting it in the drawer in the campervan bedroom.
I see. And are you sure this was the only item that was stolen?
Yes, nothing else has been taken. But I don't understand why someone would have broken the window just to get to my wedding ring. How did they even know it was there?
3 other caravans at your campsite were broken into last night. That tells me these thieves were just looking for anything they could lay their hands on.
Do you think you will be able to find it?
I can't say, Mrs. Edwards. I'm sorry. Of course, I will take your details, and if we find anything, I will let you know.
Do you usually find things that have been stolen?
Sometimes we find things, yes, but I'm afraid we can't promise anything.
Thank you, officer.
Outside the police station, Beatrix is waiting.
How did it go?
Well, I told him what happened. He wrote it all down. I don't think he's going to find it, though.
Amelia brushes away another tear. Beatrix puts her arm around her.
I'm so sorry, Amelia.
Amelia looks around.
Where's Oliver?
He took the camper van to get the window mended. He should be here soon. He said he'd come and pick us up.
Before Beatrix has finished speaking, the big white campervan pulls up beside them. Its broken window is now shiny and new. Oliver quickly gets out. Amelia climbs into the driver's seat and Oliver and Beatrix climb into the other side.
Are you ready to go, sis?
Yes. There's no point hanging around here waiting for the police to find my wedding ring. We should get going.
You want to go to Yorkshire today, don't you, Bee?
Yes, I want to go to Knaresborough, North Yorkshire. According to the map, it says it should take us less than 2 hours to get to Mother Shipton's cave.
Amelia starts driving down the road.
Ooh, I've never heard of Mother Shipton. Is she a magic person?
Yes, she was definitely magic. She was born in a cave in the middle of a thunderstorm.
Why was she born in a cave?
Mother was a 15-year-old girl. She had her baby, who she called Ursula, and they lived in the cave for 2 years.
What happened to them?
Well, when the baby was 2 years old, the cave was discovered. The baby was taken in by a local family, but the mother was sent away. She was never allowed to see her daughter again.
That's the saddest story I have ever heard.
I know, it was sad. Young Ursula looked quite different from other children. Her nose was very large. Other children were unkind to her, so she returned to the cave where she was born. Over many years, she studied nature and learnt how to make medicines with the flowers that grew nearby. Everyone started to call her Mother Shipton.
Wow, she really was a magic person.
Yeah, but her most amazing power was that she could read the future.
Really?
Yes, she became very famous. They say in 1666 she predicted the Great Fire of London.
Someone should have listened to her. If they had listened, the Great Fire may never have happened.
Yeah, so that's where we're going today. Mother Shipton's Cave. It's a popular tourist attraction these days.
That sounds brilliant, Bee. You certainly are taking us on some marvelous adventures.
I just hope this story doesn't have any outlaws in it.
But maybe this time we'll meet a magic person.
Amelia goes quiet and concentrates on driving to Knaresborough, which, as usual, takes much less time than Beatrix had predicted. By 11:30 a.m, Amelia is parking the camper van in a tight parking space underneath a bright sign that says Mother Shipton's Cave. Amelia jumps out and the others follow.
I think I can already see the cave. Look up there. It's up those steps.
They climb the steps to the cave. Amelia is still very quiet and she keeps touching the third finger of her left hand, where her wedding ring used to be. Before they get to the entrance to the cave, they stop and look at a stone well. Which looks dark and deep. Beatrix looks at the guidebook she is carrying.
I think this is a wishing well. It says here, if you throw a silver coin in the well and make a wish, it is sure to come true.
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm going to try it.
Oliver pulls his wallet out of his pocket and opens it. He fishes around until he finds 2 10-pence coins and a 20-pence coin. They are all shiny silver. He throws one of the 10-pence coins into the wishing well and closes his eyes. After about 10 seconds, he opens them again. He gives the other 10-pence coin to Beatrix and she throws it into the well. While Beatrix is wishing, Oliver hands the 20-pence coin to Amelia.
You can have the 20 pence, sis. I think you'll need more luck than the rest of us today.
Amelia takes the coin and throws it hard into the wishing well. They all listen for it to hit the water, but it makes no sound. They climb up to the cave. Inside it is very quiet. In the dull light of a single candle, they see an old woman with shining black eyes.
Mother Shipton?
No, child, but we share similar talents. Cross my hand with silver and I will tell you the secrets of your future.
Oliver opens his wallet again and finds more silver coins. He gives them to the old woman and she looks into his eyes.
You must stop searching, young man. Your happiness lies closer than you think.
Oliver's face turns a deep shade of red. The old woman turns and looks into Beatrix's anxious face.
And you? You must learn to let go of what is dull. Be brave, my child, and true happiness will find you.
Beatrix turns the same colour as Oliver. As the old woman turns to Amelia. Amelia tries to look away, but the old woman's dark eyes find hers.
And you, my dear, you know what you must do.
The old woman takes hold of Amelia's left hand and lightly touches her empty ring finger. Amelia looks like she is going to cry.
If you are not very careful, my dear, you will make a serious mistake. But you can step back onto the correct path. Listen to your heart. Your recent troubles have taught you all you need to know.
Amelia holds on to the woman's hand and cries softly. Beatrix and Oliver quietly walk outside, both lost in their own private thoughts of future happiness and the magic of Mother Shipton's cave. Chapter 8. The Lambton Worm. After their strange experiences in Mother Shipton's cave, it is still early. So they decide to drive straight to the next place on Beatrix's story list. The city of Durham. Amelia predicted that they would be there in less than an hour. They took off up the motorway. They were talking excitedly about the things the old woman had told them.
She said I had to learn to let go of what is dull. What do you think that means?
Well, that's obvious, isn't it? Who do you know who is dull?
I don't know.
I can think of one very dull person. Someone who told you that you shouldn't waste your time travelling around looking for stories.
Do you really think she meant I should let go of Colin?
Of course, and I totally agree with her.
Oh, I don't know.
Can you tell us something about your next story?
I'm ashamed to say I don't know much about it. I was hoping we could go to the library in Durham. Would that be okay?
Of course. I'm sure you will find many books to help you in the library.
Beatrix looks at a map of Durham and, as they get closer, she gives Amelia directions to the library.
We need to turn right at the train station, go past the school, and then the library is behind the supermarket and across the road from the cinema.
Amelia follows Beatrix's directions and soon they are pulling into the library. Inside, Beatrix heads for the local history section. At first, she finds nothing, but then, suddenly, she finds a thin book with a picture of an enormous worm-like creature on the cover. Beatrix looks pleased.
Here it is. The Lambton Worm.
Ooh, that looks like a scary creature. I might be too scared to learn about this story.
Don't be silly, Oliver. What does the book tell you, Bea?
Okay, this story's about John Lambton, who catches a strange worm-like creature while fishing when he should have been at church.
Oh dear.
He thinks the worm is bad luck, so he throws it down a well. He grows up to be a knight and goes off to fight.
Is that when the trouble started?
Yes. While he's away, the worm grows into a huge monster, curling itself around Penshaw Hill, which is a short drive from here.
Do you think we have time to go there?
Of course. Especially when you're driving, sis.
Great! That's where the Lambton Monument is. The book says there's lots more information on the monument about John Lambton and his family.
They get back in the camper van. Penshaw Hill is 15 minutes away. As soon as they get near the hill, they can see the tall stone pillars of the Lambton Monument shining in the bright sunshine.
There it is.
Once up on the hill, they read the information on the monument.
It says that an old woman who lived near Penshaw Hill contacted John Lambton and told him that he had to come home and kill the worm.
Did he listen to the old woman?
Yes, he went to Penshaw Hill and he fought and killed the worm.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it says the old woman was a magic person, a bit like the lady we met in Mother Shipton's cave this morning. And she told him that after he kills the worm, he should kill the first animal, bird, plant, or person he sees.
That's surprising. Do you mean he had to kill anything that was alive?
Yes, it had to be the first thing he saw after killing the worm.
So, what did he kill?
It says here John Lambton didn't take the old woman's advice. He just killed the worm and nothing else.
That's interesting. So, what happened?
Well, it seems that because he didn't listen to the old woman. John Lambton and the many future generations of the Lambton family had extremely bad luck.
Oh dear, how worrying for the Lambton family.
Yes, they would have been very worried, and for good reason.
Why? What happened to them?
It says that many members of the Lambton family died horrible deaths.
Well, I know what that story teaches us.
Not to go fishing when we are supposed to be at church.
Well, maybe. But mostly it teaches us that we should always listen to the advice of old magic women.
You mean I should let go of what is dull?
Exactly.
And I should listen to my heart?
Obviously. And if I remember correctly, I should stop searching. I think she said my happiness is closer than I think.
They all stand looking at the Lambton Monument, thinking about how John Lambton should have taken the advice of the old woman. Suddenly, Beatrix's mobile phone rings. She answers it. It is Colin Clary.
Hello?
Beatrix?
Hello, Colin. How are you?
Well, I'm surprised you're not home yet. I thought you agreed to come home and use the internet to write your silly story.
What? No, I never agreed to come home. I told you I want to see the real places and experience them for myself. That's what makes the story interesting. Who is going to be interested in a story written by someone who has never been anywhere or done anything?
So you're not coming home then? You're going to keep driving around the country with that PE teacher from your work?
Yes, Colin, I am.
Well, I'm not happy about it, Beatrix. I think if you cared about me at all, you would stop your silly journey and come home today.
I do care about you, Colin. And I have enjoyed going to the cinema with you, but I don't think that we should see each other anymore.
What?
I'm sorry, Colin, but I have learned one very valuable lesson on this journey. I've learned to listen to old ladies who give me sensible advice.
What are you talking about?
I've learned to let go of what is dull. From now on, my life will be as bright as the sun on Penshaw Hill. I will not just watch other people having adventures on the cinema screen. My life will be full of real adventures in real caves, forests, and hot pools.
That's rubbish, Beatrix. Those stories you are reading are not real.
But my adventures are real, Colin, and the lessons I'm learning tell me we have to break up.
I don't know what has happened to you, Beatrix, but I think you're right. I don't think we should see each other anymore.
Colin puts down the phone. Oliver looks at Beatrix.
What happened?
Well, I think I should just let go of what is dull.
Chapter 9. Greyfriars Bobby. Beatrix spends some time at the Lambton Monument, writing notes in her untidy notebook. Oliver and Amelia sit in the campervan, surfing the internet on their mobile phones, looking for a place to stay for the night.
Here's a modern hotel that's really cheap. We could rent a little place with 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a little kitchen. And there's room to park the camper van outside.
Oliver takes Amelia's phone and reads the information about the motel.
Yeah, it looks very clean and comfortable. It looks like there's a restaurant across the road from the motel, so we can get something tasty for dinner.
Once Beatrix finishes writing notes about the lambton worm, they drive to the motel and go straight to the friendly restaurant. They look at the menu and try to decide what to have.
I think I'll have fried chicken and chips.
That sounds very unhealthy. I'm going to have steamed salmon and a green salad.
Everything on the menu looks delicious. But I think I'll choose roast beef and Yorkshire puddings.
Ooh, good choice, Bee.
After a filling meal, a pleasant evening and a comfortable night, the three colleagues are back on the road again. Driving to Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland. They are all feeling a bit sad because they know they will have to leave the camper van in Edinburgh and go back to using public transport. Mog the cat seems to know that she will soon be back in her cage because she's making an awful racket. Beatrix picks her up.
It's okay, Mog. Would you like me to tell you a story?
Mog goes quiet as the camper van stops at traffic lights. As the lights go green, Amelia drives around a busy roundabout and turns right onto the motorway. Oliver smiles at Beatrix, who is hugging Mog.
Well, I'd like to hear the story, Bee.
Okay, well, this is a true story that happened in Edinburgh. It's the story of a dog called Greyfriars Bobby.
Mog seems to be listening carefully as Beatrix tells her story. As Amelia moves onto the motorway, she drives straight into a traffic jam. All the vehicles around them are completely stopped. Amelia looks annoyed. Beatrix carries on with her story.
Bobby was a police dog. His owner was John Gray from the Edinburgh City Police. As a night watchman, Mr. Gray needed to have a watchdog. He chose Bobby, who was a Skye Terrier. In 1858, after working with Bobby for many years, John died and was buried in Greyfriars Kirkyard.
Oh no, poor Bobby.
Oliver looks at Beatrix, who is still holding Mog. Amelia drives very slowly behind a long queue of cars, lorries and buses. They realise the reason for the traffic jam. There has been a car crash. A large red car has driven into the back of a smaller blue one. The passengers of the two cars look unhurt, but both cars are an awful mess. Beatrix looks at the damaged cars out of the window. Then she continues with her story.
Yeah, Bobby was lost without his owner. He sat on John Gray's grave for 14 years until he also died in 1872.
No way. Really?
Yeah, Bobby touched the hearts of the local people. He became famous, and lots of people brought food for him. When the clock struck 1 o'clock every day, Bobby would leave the grave. He would follow a local man to the same coffee shop that he had gone to with his now dead owner. He was always given a meal.
That's an amazing story. So, where are we going today?
Bobby is buried just outside Greyfriars Kirkyard, and there is also a statue of him nearby. I would love to see it.
Amelia has now driven past the car crash, and they are no longer in a traffic jam.
Hopefully I can speed up a bit now. Although, I need to fill up the tank soon, or we might run out of petrol.
I can see a petrol station up ahead. If you come off the motorway now and go left at that big roundabout, you will be able to pull into the petrol station.
I will fill up the tank for you, Amelia.
Thanks, Boo.
Amelia follows Oliver's directions. She stops next to the diesel pump and Beatrix fills up the tank. Soon they are approaching Edinburgh. They find a place to park near the statue of Greyfriars Bobby. They all smile when they see it.
Oh, Bobby was such a cute little dog.
Beatrix reads the words that are written under the statue.
Greyfriars Bobby, may his loyalty and devotion be a lesson to us all.
As they look and read, Oliver notices that they are not the only ones showing an interest. He points at a dog, much smaller than the statue of Bobby, but with much longer ears.
I think Bobby has a friend.
Oh, do you think he's lost?
Amelia looks carefully at the dog, who is sitting happily next to the statue, as if the two dogs are best friends.
He isn't wearing a collar.
Maybe he doesn't have a home.
Beatrix sits down next to the dog and it climbs onto her knee.
See, I think he wants me to take him home.
Don't be silly, Beatrix. The dog looks clean and healthy. It must have an owner somewhere.
I don't know.
Oliver looks across the road at a fish and chip shop, which is full of people bringing out bags of delicious smelling food.
Well, I don't know about you ladies, but I'm getting hungry. How about I get us a couple of large pieces of fish and a bag of chips?
Oliver leaves Beatrix hugging the dog and Amelia looking worried.
If you want more videos like this, then subscribe, comment and share our videos so we can make many more like it.
In 10 minutes, he is back with 2 full bags of food. Now he also looks worried. Beatrix looks at him.
Are you all right, Ollie?
Yes, but, B, I have some news about your new friend.
What news?
I saw a sign in the fish and chip shop. It had a photo of that little dog. It says he's been lost since Monday. His owner is a 10-year-old girl who, of course, is missing him terribly.
Oh.
It says they live just down the road.
Well, that's great news. You can take him back to his owner.
Beatrix picks up the dog and carries him back to the camper van. When she climbs in with the dog, Mog looks extremely worried and goes to hide under one of the beds. With Oliver's help, Amelia finds the home of the little dog easily, and Beatrix takes him to the front door. A small girl opens the door. When she sees the dog, she looks absolutely delighted. Her smile is so wide that Beatrix has to smile too. As she leaves the little dog with his happy owner, she remembers what she has learned from Greyfriars Bobby. May his loyalty and devotion be a lesson to us all. The next morning, Amelia is in a bad mood because she has to drop off the camper van at the rental company in the middle of Edinburgh. She is driving through the city with a bad-tempered look on her face. Beatrix is also very quiet because she is thinking how nice it would have been to have kept the little dog they met yesterday. Mog the cat is thinking about the little dog too and is hiding under the bed. The only person who is in a good mood is Oliver, who is really looking forward to today, because they are going to Loch Ness, the Scottish lake that is believed to be the home of the Loch Ness Monster.
Do you think we'll see Nessie?
I don't think many people have seen it, but in 1933, a hunter called Marmaduke Wetherell discovered large footprints of an unknown animal. Then, in 1934, a doctor called Robert Kenneth Wilson managed to get a photograph of Nessie.
Really?
Yeah, the picture shows the monster's small head and neck sticking out of the water. It looks a bit like a dinosaur.
Soon they arrive at the rental place and Amelia unhappily piles their bags onto the pavement. Poor Mog is not happy to be in her cage again, and Amelia is just as unhappy to pick up her heavy suitcase.
How far is the bus stop from here, Beatrix?
Beatrix pulls a map of Edinburgh out of her backpack and looks at it.
It looks like the main bus station is about 5 minutes walk from here. We have about half an hour before the bus leaves for Inverness.
Oliver and Beatrix walk next to each other. Amelia follows, dragging her suitcase behind her. When they get to the bus station, a friendly bus driver opens the door for them. Oliver speaks to the driver.
Can I have 3 single tickets to Inverness, please?
The bus driver prints 3 tickets and hands them to Oliver. They find seats at the back of the bus. Oliver puts Mog's cage on the seat next to him, and she looks out miserably. The bus takes 3.5 hours to get to Inverness. After a while, Amelia looks at Beatrix, who is reading a book about the Loch Ness Monster.
So, when we get to Inverness, how far is it to Loch Ness?
Well, there's another bus that goes to Urchet Road End. That takes about 25 minutes from Inverness. From there, we have to walk about 1.5 kilometres to Loch Ness.
We have to walk with all this camping equipment?
It'll be okay, sis. It's only a 20-minute walk to Loch Ness. Then we can go looking for the monster.
As they get close to the bus stop in Inverness, Beatrix notices that the bus to Urchet Road End is already there.
Oh dear, that's the bus we need to get on. I hope we don't miss it.
As their bus pulls slowly towards the bus stop, the bus to Urchet Road End drives away. All they can do is watch.
Oh no! We missed the bus!
Unhappily, the 3 colleagues get off the bus and go to look at the timetable. They are disappointed to learn that the next bus to Urchet Road End doesn't leave for over an hour.
Oh well, there's a cafe over there. Let's go and get some fried eggs and bacon.
Why do you always eat such unhealthy food? It's surprising that you're so fit and well.
It's not surprising. Oliver does so much exercise. That's why he looks so good. I mean, he looks healthy.
Beatrix's face turns bright red. Oliver smiles to himself.
Well, I'll get you a tuna salad then, shall I, sis? What would you like, Bea?
I'm not sure.
Beatrix follows Oliver to the cafe, where she buys a cheese and ham sandwich. After a while, she is pleased to see another bus to Urchet Road End arriving at the bus stop. They climb aboard. 25 minutes later, when they get to Urchite Road End, the temperature has dropped. They put on their warmest jumpers and start walking. The track to Loch Ness is rough and steep. But as they walk around the final corner, there is Loch Ness. Perfectly still and shining in the light of the weak sunshine. Even Amelia looks delighted.
Wow, there it is.
No wonder the Loch Ness wants to live here.
I can see the campsite over there. Let's put the tent up and then we can go and look for Nessie.
The others follow Oliver to a large field with a few tents in it. They find a space right next to the loch. Beatrix looks nervous.
Do you think it's a good idea to be so close to the water?
Don't be silly, Bee. The Loch Ness Monster isn't real. It's just a story.
Beatrix does not look very sure.
But people have actually seen the monster. The first sighting was in 565 AD.
Wow, that was a long time ago.
I know. An Irish monk was travelling through Scotland when he saw some people burying a man next to River Ness. The people told him that the man had tried to cross the river and was attacked by some sort of strange water monster. They said the monster had a large body and had a long, thin neck. The monk decided to try to swim across the river himself. When he did, a monster raised its head out of the water. The monk said, "Go back at once," and made the sign of the cross. Then the monster disappeared under the water.
That was lucky.
As Beatrix tells her story, Oliver puts up the tent. It is evening now, and the weak sunshine has been replaced by a thick fog. It is very cold and getting darker and darker.
If you want more videos like this, then subscribe, comment and share our videos so we can make many more like it.
I'm freezing. I'm going to get inside the tent.
Amelia opens the door of the tent and goes inside. Beatrix follows her. It is so dark inside that Beatrix doesn't notice Mog, who is sleeping on one of the blankets. As Beatrix steps inside, she stands on Mog's tail by accident. Mog howls loudly and races past Beatrix, out into the foggy night. A moment later, they all hear a terrible splash, as Mog falls into Loch Ness. Beatrix races after her, screaming.
Mog, I'm sorry, Mog. I didn't mean to stand on your tail.
Beatrix does not stop to think. She takes a deep breath and jumps into the water after the cat.
Beatrix!
Oliver goes to jump in after her, but a moment later, a dripping Beatrix appears with the cat under her arm. Quickly, Oliver grabs a towel and wraps it around her.
I'm so sorry, Ollie. I stood on her tail.
Oliver shakes his head in wonder.
I can't believe you saved her. Thank you so much.
Oliver moves closer to Beatrix and kisses her softly on the cheek.
Did you see Nessie?
Beatrix smiles and shakes her head, and although she is still dripping wet, she feels surprisingly warm. Chapter 11. Dick Whittington. The foggy night at Loch Ness turns into heavy rain by morning. When Beatrix wakes, she finds that her nose is running and her head is aching. Amelia is not surprised.
Well, if you jump into Loch Ness, of course you were going to catch a cold, Bee. It wasn't a very sensible idea, was it? You were lucky you didn't get eaten by the monster.
I thought you said the monster wasn't real.
Amelia says nothing. She listens to the rain hitting the roof of the tent.
Well, I think we've had enough adventures in this cold, wet place. I think we should get a flight to London as soon as possible. Didn't you say one of your stories was Dick Whittington? Isn't that set in London?
Yes, well, we could go to London. I don't think flying is in my budget, though. I thought we would go by bus. It's much cheaper.
It might be cheaper to go to London by bus, but it would take about 12 hours. The flight takes 1.5 hours. That's definitely worth the money if you ask me.
Yes, but...
Listen, Bee, if you can't afford the flight, you can borrow the money from me. I'm happy to lend you what you need.
Thanks, Amelia. I promise I'll pay you back.
When Oliver, who has been out for a run along the edge of the loch, gets back to the tent, wet and breathing heavily, he agrees with Amelia's plan to fly to London. At first, he is not happy with this idea because he had been dreaming about being the first person since 1934 to see the Loch Ness Monster. However, when he sees that Beatrix has a bad cold, he agrees that it is probably for the best. He puts his hand on her shoulder.
I think we need to get you somewhere warm and dry as soon as possible, Bee.
Thanks, Ollie.
With Oliver carefully watching the lock, just in case Nessie suddenly decides to show up. The three friends pull down the tent and pack it away carefully. Then they say goodbye to a wet and foggy Loch Ness and walk back the way they had come the day before. After one bus trip and a short taxi ride, they are at the airport waiting to board their flight to London. On the flight, Oliver is sitting next to Beatrix, who is telling him the story of Dick Whittington.
This one's a very famous story, Ollie. I'm sure you've heard it. It's the one about a poor boy called Dick Whittington who goes to London to find a job.
No, I don't think I've heard it. Does he find a job when he gets to London?
Yes, he gets a job as a cook's assistant. But he sleeps in a place that has a problem with mice.
Oh dear, Mog could have helped him with that. She's very good at catching mice.
Well, Dick has the same idea. After he earns a penny for shining a man's shoes, he buys a cat that catches mice.
Brilliant!
I know. Anyway, then Dick Whittington's employer goes travelling around the world.
Lucky him.
Yeah. And because his employer can't take everyone with him, he asks everyone in his house to give him something to take away to sea, which he says he will use to try and make them some money.
What does Dick Whittington give him?
Well, all he has is his cat. So, although he doesn't really want to, he agrees to send it away to sea.
Oh, I don't think I could send Mog away to sea.
Well, Dick isn't very happy either. With his employer away, the cook is very unkind to him. Dick decides to leave London.
Oh no! He should have stayed and made the horrible cook apologize to him.
Yeah, you're right. Dick starts to leave London, but only gets as far as Highgate Hill, where he sits down and rests on a stone. He listens to the church bells, which seem to be telling him to return to London.
Really? You mean the bells were talking to him?
Yes, it was as though they were saying, "Turn again, Whittington, Lord Mayor of London."
I can imagine church bells sounding something like that. So, does he listen?
He does. And when he gets back to London, he finds his employer has returned from travelling the world.
Did he bring the cat back with him?
Well, no.
Why not?
His employer had met with a king and queen in a country that had a big problem with rats.
Oh, I think I know what you're going to say next. Dick Whittington's employer sold the cat to the king and queen for lots of money. Am I right?
Exactly. The king and queen pay an awful lot of money for the cat, which the employer gives to Dick.
Great. I guess the cat was worth a lot of money. So, what happens to Dick Whittington?
Well, I don't think he ever sees his cat again. But he does become the Lord Mayor of London, just like the church bells said he would.
Well, apart from the fact that Dick never got his cat back, that is a great story.
Amelia, who has been listening quietly from her seat on the other side of Oliver, looks over at Beatrix.
So, where in London do you want to go, Bea?
I thought we could go to the place where Dick sat and rested on Highgate Hill. The stone he sat on is still there. It's called the Whittington Stone.
Great. Is that the place where the church bells told him to go back to London?
Yes, that's right.
When their flight lands in London, they collect their bags and poor Mog, whose cage has been packed in the hold with the luggage. They take one of those famous black taxicabs to Highgate Hill. Once there, they sit on the Whittington Stone and listen to the bells of St. Mary le Bow, which really do seem to be talking to them. While Beatrix writes notes in her notebook, Oliver and Amelia walk slowly around Highgate Hill. Amelia is very quiet because she's thinking about her missing wedding ring. After a while, they stop to look at a public notice board that is full of notices. The first thing they see is a big poster promoting a pantomime that is on at a theatre in the West End. It is the story of Dick Whittington. Oliver points excitedly at the poster.
Look! It's a pantomime of Dick Whittington. It's on tonight. We should go.
Amelia smiles and she is just about to agree. But then she notices something else. The actor playing the main part in the pantomime is Peter Edwards, her soon-to-be ex-husband.
Peter is in the show.
In that case, we should definitely go.
Amelia says nothing. She just walks quietly back to the Whittington Stone, where she sits and listens to the bells, hoping they might give her advice, just like they gave Dick Whittington. Chapter 12. The Mermaid of Zennor. That evening, following the advice of the bells of St. Mary le Bow, Amelia agrees to go and watch the pantomime of Dick Whittington. When they arrive at the theatre, they realise that tonight is the last night of the show. Amelia looks at the programme.
Look! Peter is playing the part of Dick Whittington's employer, Sir Malcolm Moneybags.
The theatre goes dark and the pantomime starts. The three friends are delighted by the show. They all think Peter is a brilliant actor, although Amelia does not want to admit it. In the story, Peter's character, Sir Malcolm Moneybags, loves money. But he also learns that he misses his wife, so he goes home to his family. And of course, his cook's assistant, Dick Whittington. After the show, Amelia stands up quickly.
Come on, let's get out of here.
As Amelia races towards the door, Peter comes running out to see her.
Amelia, I saw you in the audience. Oh, I'm so pleased to see you.
Are you?
Of course. Just like Malcolm Moneybags, I miss my wife too.
I miss you too, Peter.
Amelia and Peter decide they need some space to talk, so they go for a walk by the river. Oliver and Beatrix go back to the youth hostel where they are staying the night in a dormitory room. They sit on their beds and make plans for returning to Cornwall the next day.
We can fly from London to Newquay, and then we can get a train to Penzance.
Don't you have any more stories?
Just one more. The Mermaid of Zennor. But we can visit Zennor when we get back to Cornwall.
Just then, Amelia walks into the dormitory. She has a romantic look in her eyes. Oliver looks hopeful.
How did it go?
Peter says he wants to buy me a new wedding ring.
That's brilliant! So, are you getting back together?
Perhaps. Peter is going to fly back to Cornwall with us tomorrow. He is coming home with me.
Oliver and Beatrix both jump up and hug Amelia.
I'm so pleased for you, Amelia. That's a really happy ending to your story.
The next day, Amelia, Peter, Beatrix and Oliver fly to Newquay and then get a train home to Penzance. At Penzance train station, Peter rings for a taxi to take him and Amelia into town to look at wedding rings. The couple has spent the journey talking quietly together, and Oliver and Beatrix are hopeful that the problems with their marriage will soon be over. When the taxi arrives, Oliver shakes Peter by the hand and hugs his sister.
See you guys soon, okay?
Amelia smiles at her brother. Then she gives Beatrix a hug. She speaks quietly in her ear.
Be brave, Bee. Just like Vincent the Giant, King Bladud, King Arthur, Lady Godiva, Robin Hood, Mother Shipton, John Lambton, Greyfriars Bobby, and Dick Whittington, you can have a happy ending too.
Amelia looks towards her brother and then back at Beatrix, smiling. Then she gets into the taxi next to Peter. Beatrix says nothing, but she and Oliver wave as the taxi drives away. Oliver picks up Mog's cage. And with his free hand, he pulls Beatrix close to him.
So, Miss Bookworm, is it time for your final story?
I think this is the perfect time for the Mermaid of Zena.
My place is just around the corner. Let's go there. I'll let Mog out of her cage and then I'll drive you to Zena. Does that sound good?
That sounds perfect.
In less than 10 minutes, Mog is safely at home. And Beatrix is sitting in the passenger seat of Oliver's red Mini Cooper, with a roof like a Union Jack flag.
So, where are we going, Bee?
I think we should go to St. Zanara's church in Zena. That's where the mermaid was supposed to have come. Dressed as a rich woman.
Ah, I know this story. Doesn't she come to hear the beautiful voice of a male member of the church choir?
That's right. The singing boy's voice is so deep and strong that the mermaid falls in love with him.
His voice must have been totally amazing.
Yeah, I think it was. After many visits to the church, the singing boy also falls in love with the mermaid and runs away to sea with her.
Wow, yes. I remember. The story says local people have reported hearing them sing together when they were walking along the cliff path.
They arrive at St. Sonara's church. Oliver parks the car and they go inside. At the back of the church, Beatrix finds an ancient wooden chair with a picture of a beautiful mermaid on both sides of the seat. An old torn notice above the chair announces that this is the mermaid's chair that was created 400 years ago in memory of the singing boy whose name was Matthew Truhella. Beatrix sits on the chair. Then she calls excitedly to Oliver.
Come and see this, Ollie.
Oliver comes over and looks at the mermaid's chair. He smiles at Beatrix.
My grandfather told me that the story of Matthew Truhella and the mermaid doesn't end there.
Really? What happened next?
Well, my grandfather used to be a fisherman around here. All the men in his family were fishermen. He told me that once his great-grandfather was fishing near Panda Cove when a mermaid appeared and told them that their big fishing net was blocking the door of her home under the water. The mermaid talked about her husband, Matthew, who she said used to sing every week in the Zena church.
That's amazing, Ollie.
Beatrix gets up from the ancient mermaid's chair and she walks slowly out of the church with Oliver by her side.
Let's go for a walk on the cliff path, Bea. Then our summer of stories will end just like it started, with a walk along the coast. Only this time we'll watch out for Cornish pixies trying to lead us in the wrong direction.
So, Beatrix, the librarian with so many stories to tell, and Oliver, the PE teacher, who learned the secret of his happiness was much closer than he ever thought, walk along the rocky cliff path in the early evening sunshine. After a while, they stop and sit down on the soft grass near the edge of the cliff. Suddenly, over the sound of the calm waves and the softly blowing breeze, they hear another sound. It is the sound of singing far out to sea. Two voices, one pure and sweet, one strong and deep. As they listen, Oliver puts his arm around Beatrix as she writes in her notebook, full of a summer of stories.
If you like stories about magical quests, talking animals, and learning important life lessons, you'll love
Hi there, I'm Paul, a panda living in the big city. You wouldn't believe how packed my schedule is. Let me tell you about my daily routine. My alarm goes off at 5 a.m. every morning. First thing, I head to the bathroom. I grab my toothbrush and get to work. Scrub, scrub, scrub. I mumble while cleaning my teeth. Next up, it's shower time. Oh boy, does that water feel amazing on my fur. Once I'm clean and dry, yoga is on the agenda.